Good evening, everyone. Firstly, I wish to acknowledge the traditional custodians of these lands on which we gather and show my respect to the elders, past and present, and other Aboriginal people here today. The General Manager will read the run sheet for tonight. If I may, hand over to the General Manager now, please.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, as we're combining two books tonight, you'll notice that there are both GB items and notices of motion in both. The first thing we'll do is we've got 4 sets of minutes to confirm. So that's the minutes of the 21st of September and the extraordinary meetings of the 9th, 15th and 19th of October. And they're all contained in the book which is titled Supplementary Agenda. After that, we'll be doing petitions. The Mayor needs to table a letter into the meeting from the Office of Local Government. Then we will move items off the floor, both general business and notices of motion. Whatever's left, the remaining GB items will be done first, as is normal custom and practice, followed by the remaining noms.
Thank you for that, General Manager. So firstly, confirmation of minutes. I'm sorry. I have to note if there are any apologies. Looks like there isn't. And now the confirmation of minutes.
Declarations of interest.
I'm sorry, okay. Sorry. The General Manager has just noted me of the declarations of interest. So, councillors, were there any declarations to be made for the agenda items today? None?
There are none from the staff, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. And documents circulated to councillors?
Mr Mayor and Councillors, we have 2 sets of greens, so late councillor information. I won't read them all, but there are 6 memorandums in relation to GB 15, GB 22 to 24, GB 29, NM3, C1 and GB 28. And there is a late item, which is a memorandum from myself of today's date, which responds to a question from Councillor Anderson dated 1 October 2021.
And confirmation of reports to be considered in closed meeting.
Excuse me.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, there are a number.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. We do have. I do have a conflict of interest, and this is with GB 29, the Draft Planning Agreement Memorial Club, Pacific Highway and Larkin Lane. Because on the SNPP, we looked at that.
Thank you, Councillor Chateau. GB 29.
Also, Mayor, I will be withdrawing from that as well, non-pecuniary interest, as I've been sitting on the SNPP on that as also.
Which is for GB 29 as well.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other declarations? Confirmation of reports to be considered in closed meeting.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, there are some in both books. In the first book, which is the business paper for tonight, in relation to item GB6, St Ives Indoor Sports Centre project update, attachments 1 and 2. And in the supplementary book, item C1, Linfield Village Hub, update on procurement negotiations, report and attachment. GB22, RFT 16, 2021, Orange Green Play Space upgrade, attachments 1 and 2. GB23, RFT 17, 2021, Warramoo Oval Play Space upgrade, attachments 1 and 2. GB24, RFT 18, 2021, Samuel King Oval amenities upgrade, attachments 1 and 2. GB29, Draft Planning Agreement Memorial Club, Parts 62 to 66 Pacific Highway and Larkin Lane, attachments 3. And GB30, Schools Infrastructure New South Wales and Ku-ring-gai Council, Draft MOU, attachment 1.
May I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Clark, Councillor Chateau, all in favour? It is unanimous. Thank you. And now we move to confirmation of minutes. So first is the meeting held on the 21st of September. Minutes numbered 194 to 206. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Clark, Clark, correct? Yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you. And a seconder. Councillor Chateau, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next is the confirmation of extraordinary meeting, which is the minutes held 9 October. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Kelly and Councillor Kay. All those in favour? Thank you, it's unanimous. Minutes of extraordinary meeting held 15th of October. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Kelly, a seconder, Councillor Kay. All those in favour? Thank you, it's unanimous. Minutes of ordinary meeting held on 19th of October. May I have a mover, please? And seconder. Thank you, Councillor Kay and Councillor Clark. All those in favour? It's unanimous, thank you. And now we move to petitions. So we have 2 petitions. So PT1 is a removal of 3 trees in Darnley Street, Gordon. Is someone tendering that?
As Gordon Ward Councillor, I'm happy to tender that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And could I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Smith. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. PT2, new footpath, Bakra Street, Princess Street to Charlton Avenue. May I have someone tender that? No? Thank you. Councillor Clark. And a seconder? Thank you. Councillor Chateau. All those in favour? Thank you. Unanimous. There is no mayoral minute. Councillors would have a copy of the letter from the Office of Local Government. I'm tendering this at a request of the Executive Director of the OLG. So it is Councillor Dr. Cedric Spencer, Mayor, dated 26 October. Dear Councillor Spencer, I refer to your recent correspondence to the Minister for Local Government, the Honourable Shelley Hancock, MP, concerning the circumstances at Council and requesting intervention to assist with the conduct of Council meetings. The Minister has sought advice from the Office of Local Government on this matter in order to provide an informed recommendation to the Minister and to determine whether an investigation should be conducted into the circumstances at Council and or the conduct of individual councillors. I require a more complete understanding of the issues of concern. As I presently understand it, an extraordinary meeting was to be held on 9 October 2021 to consider a matter relating to the General Manager's contract of employment. This meeting was adjourned to 10 October due to the lack of quorum. There was again no quorum at the resumed meeting held on 10 October 2021, and it did not proceed. This meeting was cancelled. A further extraordinary meeting to consider the General Manager's employment was called on 15th October 2021, but again there was no quorum. The meeting was adjourned to 18 October and again did not proceed because of a lack of quorum. That meeting was also cancelled. Subsequently, the matter was to be considered at Council's ordinary meeting due to be held on 19 October 2021, but did not proceed as the meeting was again inquiried. The meeting was adjourned to the next day, 20 October 2021, but was again inquiried. The meeting has been adjourned to 26 October 2021. 5 councillors, Councillors Anderson, Smith, Chateau, Greenfield, and Clark, have consistently given their apologies for attending the meetings in question. I have written to each of these councillors seeking an explanation for their absences from the meetings in question. I also understand that the General Manager has recently imposed restrictions upon your contact with senior council officers due to concerns about recent interactions and communications. While I have written separately to the General Manager for more information about these matters, at this point I would observe that where concerns are validly held about the impact of inappropriate interactions on the health and well-being of staff, the implementation of measures to address this will be consistent with the Council's duties under work, health and safety legislation to provide a safe workplace and within the General Manager's authority. Pursuant to Section 734A, capital A, of the Local Government Act 1993, I now seek your response to the following matters. Please provide further information, including any emails, file notes, or other documentation in your possession relating to any proposal to terminate the General Manager's contract of employment since you assumed the office of Mayor. 2, please provide your account of the circumstances which led to the General Manager imposing restrictions upon your contact with staff, with particular reference to any interactions you might have had relating to the performance and or dismissal of any council officer since you assumed the office of Mayor. Given the current circumstances, I request your response to these matters within 7 days. I also take this opportunity to observe that conduct by any councillor found to have been in contravention of Council's Code of Conduct may ultimately be the subject of disciplinary action under the misconduct provisions of the Act by the Secretary or the New South Wales Civil and Administrative Tribunal. Against the background of the upcoming elections, I should also note that this power extends to the conduct of former councillors that occurred while in office. In closing, I express my deep concern about the impact of Council's current dysfunction on the interests of the Ku-ring-gai community, the reputation of Council, and the institution of local government more broadly. It is simply not acceptable for a council to not be in a position to conduct its business. That said, I must request that Council refrain from making any decision relating to the employment of the General Manager. Other decisions outside the scope of Council's operational plan or decisions that have long-term ramifications and affect an incoming council until such time as I have had the opportunity to fully assess intervention options and provide advice to the Minister. In the interests of full transparency, I request that you table this letter at the next ordinary council meeting. Should you have any questions or wish to discuss this matter, please contact Kimberly Everett, Director, Sector performance and intervention on the phone number provided, and it's signed by the Executive Director, Local Government. Thank you. We now move to the order of business, which is the general business. I'm sorry, I have to call for... So, councillors who wish to nominate any items on the agenda that they wish to have a site inspection, were there any? Councillor Anderson.
Mr Mayor, before we do that, may I ask a question with regard to the letter that you have just read to the General Manager, and ask if the staff have been able to ascertain what items on the agenda fall into the requests that we not deal with certain matters?
I've discussed this with the General Manager. I do not think it is appropriate for me to try and speak on behalf of the Minister or the OLG. I'm just tendering this letter, and I'm reading it as I attended it.
Follow-up question, Mr Mayor. My question was actually to the General Manager, and has the council staff formed an opinion on what we are able to deal with, or do we need legal advice?
Right.
Mr Mayor and councillors, I only cited the letter from the Office of Local Government at 6 o'clock tonight. What I would say is that I would assume you're referring to the second last paragraph of page 2. I think
correct.
I think the advice is that as we work through the agenda, if councillors feel that a particular item falls under that direction, it's up to the councillor to say it should be deferred for that reason, and councillors will vote on that. They'll form their own opinion.
Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you. So coming back to site inspections, were there any from councillors? No? Thank you. Now I invite councillors to nominate any items on the agenda that they wish to adopt in accordance with the officer's recommendation, allowing for minor changes without debate. Councillor Chateau.
Yes, Mr Mayor. GB1, Ku-ring-gai Council End of Term Report 2017-2021. The Council received a note at the end of term report for the period, and I must say it's a very comprehensive report. It's very impressive. Well done.
So, seconded by Councillor Clark. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
GB2, the 2021 to 2022 Budget Review, first quarter ended September 2021. The Officer's recommendation to receive.
Seconded by Councillor Clark. All those in favour? Thank you.
GB3, analysis of land and environment court costs, first quarter 2021 to 2022. The Officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? Thank you.
GB4, the investment report is at the 31st of October 2021. The Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you.
GB5, response to OLG guidelines, risk management and internal audit. The Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you.
GB6, St Ives Indoor Sports Centre project update. Council received and note the updates within this report and endorse the request for variation to the milestone payment dates for the grant from the New South Wales Office of Sport.
Seconder, Councillor Clark. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you.
GB7, planning proposal to rezone and heritage list Kalara Bowling and Lawn Tennis Club. The Officer's recommendation.
Seconder, Councillor Anderson. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
And GB8, St Ives Showground and Precinct Land Plan of Management. Officer's recommendation.
Councillor Greenfield has seconded. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Now, the NM1, I think I will let Councillors Kay and Kelly deal with that.
Could you just hold 1 second, please?
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we take out NM1 or do we take out GB first? Right. I'm sorry. Yes, you may move as printed if you like.
NM1?
Oh, I'm sorry. NM1, it's a motion from Councillor
Yes, and I
Kay.
was wondering, did you want to address that, Councillor Kay, or shall I move?
Perhaps we should withdraw that. That's right. So it's withdrawn by Councillor Kay then.
Could I have some clarification, please, General Manager, through you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, we're doing the notices of motion that are left after these are moved off the floor. So at the moment, councillors can move GB items or notices of motion. Anything on the agenda can be moved at the moment.
I'm sorry, if I may just clarify, what we've done is that we've merged both books together.
Yes,
So we put all the GBs from 2 books in front
yes.
and all the NMs behind.
Okay, so just for clarification, I thought we could move NM1 now.
Yes, you can.
I can, right. Well, I'd like to move NM1, the Employee Assistance Program, the officer's recommendation, or Councillors Kay and Kelly's recommendation.
I'm sorry, just hold 1 second, please.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to sit down and let the people who've made these
Perhaps
notices of
if
motion
we
move
could ask Councillor Kay if she
Yes.
wishes to.
precisely.
Yeah.
Yes, Councillor Kay, did you wish to move that?
No, if you want to deal with it, then we will leave it to the end. So move it as printed. Seconder? Councillor Pettit. All those in favour?
Question, Mr Mayor.
Yes.
Could I ask the
I'm
general...
sorry, it's a point of order?
It's a question.
Question, okay.
Could I ask the General Manager, are notices of motion outside the scope of the Council's operational plan?
Just 1 second. The letter is very narrow. It's about the EMC and the contract. It's not for the whole thing.
Mm.
Yeah. If you read on top, I asked for intervention for not
Yeah.
It's just that.
Councillor Anderson, it's difficult because obviously a notice of motion isn't in Council's adopted DP and OP. That's why it comes to the floor separately, but I think it needs to be read in conjunction with the spirit of that. It's the magnitude of the notice of motion. Does it have long-term ramifications and affect an incoming council? So perhaps there are some that may fall under that category. I think the one that we're talking about at the moment wouldn't fall under that category. But that's just my reading. I've had it for an hour, so.
Sorry, could I just do a follow-up? It actually says that have long-term ramifications, that are outside the scope of Council's operational plan or decisions.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, as I said earlier, we've had it for an hour. It's up to councillors to take this. It's not black and white. It's for you to judge on an item-by-item basis as to whether you think that falls under the spirit of the that said paragraph of the letter or not.
So if I may, Councillor Anderson, if read, if the letter is read as a whole, it is referring to the intervention request made by me in relation to absences. And this has to do with the EMCs and so on, which has to do with the general manager's contract. So it is not, but however, we can put it to a vote if you like, to see if they want to proceed or not.
I think that's what the General Manager was suggesting might be the appropriate thing to do, is to vote
That's
on
right.
it
So
if there's concerns.
Yes. All right. All right. So firstly, Councillor Anderson, could you then move a motion for this to be decided as to whether to proceed or not? I believe that's the correct order.
I'm just looking at the notices of motion. In this first booklet, there's NM1, NM2, NM3, NM4. In my opinion, they all have ramifications long term and affect the incoming council. And so I would move that NM1, NM2, NM3, NM4 not be dealt with tonight in accord with the letter received from the Office of Local Government.
All right. Could I have a seconder, please? Councillor Smith. So all those in favour to have the 4 NMs from the first book. I'm sorry, can you just hold one second, please? Because there are some... Councillor Anderson, may I ask that you move all the NMs to... that you move for all the NMs, not just these 4, but there were some others on the second book, if that makes sense.
Mr Mayor, if you would give me a moment to check in the second booklet.
I'm sorry, Councillor Anderson, I'm sorry to make you go around in circles. We're happy to deal with the 4 now, if you're happy.
Let's just deal with the 4 first.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, very good, thank you. So, just to recap, Councillor Anderson has moved that NMs 1 to 4 not to be considered in this meeting, and it's seconded by Councillor Smith. All right. So all those in favour of Councillor Anderson's motion? So we have Anderson, Smith, Clark, Greenfield. All those against Councillor Anderson's motion, Nye, Kay, Pettit, Kelly, Chateau, Spencer. And that motion is lost. So we're back to... So we're gonna all right. Okay, so we were in the process of voting on NM1, and Councillor Kay has moved, and Councillor Pettit has seconded. So all those in favour of NM1 as printed, so we have, it's unanimous. Thank you. Back to Councillor Shadow. Thank you. Do you want to carry on with that, GB, on the second book?
This is NM2.
Do you want to carry on with NM2? Okay.
Well, NM2 is a note of motion from Councillor Nye. Are you happy for me to move that, Councillor Nye?
As printed?
As printed.
And seconder, Councillor Nye. All those in favour?
Withdraw.
I'm sorry. Withdrawn?
In which case, NM3, that's also Councillor Nye.
Seconder, Councillor Nye.
Withdraw.
Withdrawn.
And NM4, Saving Bates Park. That's Councillors Nye, Spencer, Kay, Kelly and Pettit.
Seconder,
Withdraw.
and it's withdrawn again. Thank you.
Now, I'm happy to
It's
go
book
along
two
with
now.
the supplementary agenda, if
Thank you.
you like. So we're looking at...
You okay with doing that, Councillor Chateau? Thank you very
Yes,
much.
I'm happy to do that. GB9 is the status of Women's Advisory Committee. This is that Council determine whether to proceed with the establishment of this committee, and we consider the adoption. So I don't believe I can just move that, because I believe we have to consider that. Yes, I would have to.
Minor amendments, right?
Yep.
And which is to proceed.
Yes.
Is that right? Thank you. And the seconder was Councillor Kay. Thank you. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
GB10, expansion of Beeds, Forests and Ives. Results of initial community consultation and next step. The officer's recommendation.
Seconder, Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
GB11, delegation of authority mayor for the period of September 2021 to the 4th December 2021.
Seconder, Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
And GB12, delegation of authority for the deputy mayor for the same period. The officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
GB13, we need to appoint representatives, so I think I might leave that for now.
So we're leaving GB13. Thank you.
GB14, council meeting and public forum dates for 2022. The officer's recommendation.
Second, withdrawn? Withdrawn.
Withdrawn. GB15, disclosures of interest return register 2020 to 2021. Officer's
Seconded.
recommendation.
By Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
GB16, general and special purpose financial statements for the year ended 30th of June 2021. The officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? Thank you. It's unanimous.
GB17, where your rates go, leaflet to rate flows. Officer's recommendation.
Yes, and it's seconded by Councillor Clark. All those in favour? That would be all except Councillor Pettit. It's carried.
GB18, post-exhibition rates, charges, sundry debts, assistance, concessions and recovery policy. Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Clark. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
GB19, investment reported at the 30th of September 2021. Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you.
GB20, Ku-ring-gai, Sydney North Planning Panel alternate council nominated member. Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
Progress status report. That's GB21, October 2021. Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you.
GB22, RFT 16 2021, Orange Green Play Space Upgrade. Officer's recommendation.
I've got a question, if I may.
Oh, yes.
So a question through to the General Manager or Director of Corporate. For GB 22, 23 and 24, are we allowed to vote on these like finalisations of tender during caretaker? Or is it because we've sort of decided to go with it in previous months, we're okay to do these RFTs now?
I could probably answer that question, if I may. Now, the rules say during caretaker period, you can't pass a resolution for new projects. So we just need to seek clarification whether is this a new project or is this not a new project. Director Marshall, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. They're not new projects, but in addition to that, They are below the threshold for which we're allowed to approve tenders in the caretaker period.
Does it answer your question? Thank you.
Yes.
Right. So we are looking for a seconder. It's Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
GB23, RFT 17, 2021, Warrior Oval Play Space Upgrade, Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank
And
you.
GB24, RFT 18, 2021, Samuel King Oval Amenities Upgrade, Officer's recommendation.
I'm sorry, I jumped the gun. It's seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
I'm leaving GB25. GB26, Hassel Park Landscape Master Plan, Post-Exhibition Report, Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? Councillor Kay? Oh, yep, it's unanimous. Thank you.
GB27, the Heritage Reference Committee minutes for the 5th of August 2021, Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those in favour? So all except... No? So it's unanimous. Thank you.
GB28, consideration of submissions, planning proposal, site-specific DCP, Linfield Village Hub site, Officer's recommendation.
Withdraw.
Seconded... Sorry?
Withdraw.
Withdrawn?
GB29, I'll leave that because we have to, I'll leave that. GB30, School Infrastructure New South Wales and Ku-ring-gai Council, draft MOU, Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Kay. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
GB31, that is, we have to consider if we're going to join this Cities Race to Zero program. I can move that we join it, even though it says here that we should join ahead of the November 2021 COP26 forum.
So you are suggesting that we say Council wishes to join?
Well, yes, for argument's sake, I'll say that.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Kay. All those in favour? All except Councillor Kelly. Carried.
GB32, Fauna Management Policy, Post-Exhibition, Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
And GB33, Sustainable Recreation Advisory Group minutes, 1st of June 2021, the Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you.
I can move NM5, which
As
is
printed.
a notice of rescission as printed.
Seconder, Councillor Greenfield. All those in favour? This is a... that's right. This is a notice of rescission from the earlier meeting. So NM5, all those in favour? We have Councillors Chateau, Clark, Smith, Anderson, Greenfield. Against? Councillors Nye, Kay, Pettit, Kelly, Spencer. The vote being equal, I use my casting vote. Rescission lost.
I move NM6, Heavy Trucks and Buses on Pacific Highway, Officer's recommendation.
Seconded by... No, sorry, it's not officer's recommendation. As printed.
Sorry, Councillor Smith's recommendation.
And seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour? So we have Councillors Greenfield, Anderson, Smith, Chateau, Clark, Pettit. Against? Councillors Nye, Kay, Kelly, Spencer. Carried.
NM7, Mobile Device Community Reuse Program, notice of motion from Councillor Kay. That is Councillor Kay's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Kay. All those in favour? So unanimous. Thank you.
And that's it, because we've got a confidential business.
We have a C1. Does someone wish?
Do you wish
Would
me
someone
to,
wish to move
Will I
C1?
move C1? I'll move C1 without debate,
C1 as printed.
as printed.
Seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those in favour? It is unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
sorry. If we're just continuing, I'd like to move GB29, but I believe to do that, the two councillors who had... Sorry, I'll take my mask off while I'm speaking.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. I couldn't hear you properly.
Yes, apologies. I'd like to move GB29, but to do that, I'll have to request.
Please withdraw.
20.
29 wasn't withdrawn, was it? I thought we only did it because the two councillors...
I'd like to.
Oh, you're
I'd like to withdraw
Of course.
GB29.
All right, well, there we go. They can come back in then.
Oh, yeah. You can move it if you like.
I can't if it's been withdrawn.
Okay. So we are now back to that's it. There you go. Thank you. So we are dealing with GB13 now. Would someone like to move this or talk to this? GB13 on the second book, which is the representation on external committees and organizations for the period of October to 4th December.
Just a question, Mr. Mayor. Is it possible to let this lapse?
Yes, we can. If we have no movers, it'll just lapse. All right? So GB13 has lapsed. And now we are at GB14. GB14 is council meeting and public forum dates. Councillor Kay.
I proposed if I can move, but I want to change one of the dates. So the first date of the ordinary meeting, I'm proposing the 24th of December at 3 p.m.
All right, just hold 1 second, please. So the first meeting, which is the election of
the election of the mayor,
mayor, deputy mayors, and the committees.
That's correct.
Is that right? To be the 24th.
I just want to clarify too, I believe we're still on Zoom at that point in time. Would that be correct to the relevant officer? Still optional.
Yes, it is,
optional
yes.
Zoom. Okay, till the end of the year, is that till December? Thank you.
Do you have a time?
3 p.m.
3 p.m. Thank you. So with just a minor amendment, do we have a seconder? Councillor Kelly. All those in favour?
Speakers against? Is this before?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
We're in debate now.
Yes, we are. So
Perhaps,
we...
perhaps the speakers for first, the movers?
That's right, I'm sorry. So would Councillor Kay, the mover, speak to this, please?
Okay, it's just quick. I think it's quite self-explanatory. Moving the date quicker to the time, so at the end of the day, we're deciding on a mayor before Christmas. That way we could have the January time period off. I did double check that this is via Zoom, so I envisage that most people would be able to attend. I'm happy to have a discussion on this matter.
All right.
Proposing to change this meeting to the 24th of December.
So could we have Director Marshall make a comment about the timing, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report sets out that the declaration of the results from the election may not be until Thursday the 23rd of December. If that was the case, there would not be time to give 3 days' notice. In fact, based on the information from the Electoral Commission, the earliest would be the 21st of December, Tuesday the 21st. So 3 clear days from them would be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. You couldn't have it until the Saturday, the Christmas Day.
Yes, Councillor Clark, you have a question.
Oh, not a question. I'd like to speak against the motion.
All right.
No,
So
sorry,
we
yeah.
have to wait for the seconder to speak. And
Of course.
is that fair to prevail on it? Thank you. I'm sorry, but I've got your name here. Yes, Councillor Kelly, seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can understand the motivation of Councillor Kay's desire to get on with business of council, given that it's been denied for a period of time, and also it gives the new council the opportunity to start to settle in, to swear their oaths of office, and to reset, I guess, the council for the new business year. So long as we can work around the legislative requirements to work out which is the first time this is available. If it's not the 3 o'clock on the 24th, closest possible to that would be satisfactory. And I think it's almost incumbent on us to put the council back on a level footing for the new term. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak against this motion. We've already heard from council staff that the date proposed, the 24th, is unworkable. Also, to be quite frank, the idea that on Christmas Eve, council will be holding a meeting at 3 p.m. is ridiculous. And I think it's incredibly inappropriate and a huge imposition upon new councillors. And to say that we'll do any date within a day or two of councillors being confirmed on their new term is ridiculous. They've had zero time to figure out who they might want to support or might not support for the mayoralty. You know, these things take time. You know, the discussions need to take place. The idea that these decisions can be made in a holiday period on the 24th of December, the imposition on council staff, who instead of going on their holidays with their friends, their family, their loved ones, that they would have to turn up. So we already know fundamentally that the motion put forward cannot work. It's been presented to us at the 24th. The 24th does not work, right? So therefore, why are we even debating on the 24th? And if it comes down to, well, then we try and move to 20th, why not put on the 11th when it has reasonable time for the new council to actually figure out who they might want to make as their mayor, given that they're making, and to be quite frank, a very large and massive decision. And I feel it's very bold of councillors in this current term to impose upon the next council, how they might make decisions upon the mayoralty. So therefore, Mr. Mayor, I would like to move an alternate motion, that being the officer's recommendation that we proceed with the meeting schedule as per the officer's recommendation. And I seek a seconder.
Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Chateau. Would you like to speak to that?
I have very little to say, except I think it is a huge imposition for people to be dragged out on the 24th of December. Europeans celebrate that actually Christmas Eve as Christmas, in fact. And I imagine that there will be candidates who become councillors who would have organised holidays for that period as well. So I think the 11th of January gives people time to settle in. Thank you.
It's not just Europeans celebrating that, you know.
Sorry?
It's not just Europeans celebrating that.
Oh, is that right?
It's Christmas.
Yes, I know, but Christmas Eve is when Europeans celebrate Christmas. Generally in Australia...
I thought it was Christians that do that. Not all Europeans are Christians.
Point taken.
Thank you.
Yes, quite.
Any... Councillor Anderson, would you... No. We have, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Spencer, I was just going to say, a lot of people who aren't Christians celebrate Christmas.
I realise that. I was just making a point that you said Europeans celebrate that.
On Christmas Eve.
We have Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for the General Manager. I'd also make the point that the Philippines is a Catholic country and they celebrate Christmas on the 24th and they're not Europeans. However, my question for the General Manager, General Manager, can we just confirm that Zoom is available up until the end of this calendar year and people need not necessarily be dragged out to attend?
Sorry, if I may, someone has asked that question. I believe it was Councillor Nye. No, I'm sorry, Councillor Kay.
Just to confirm that we're not dragging people to the chamber for a meeting when they have technology available to attend.
It is an option available.
Great, thank you.
Some will obviously have to be here still, Councillor Kelly, because it's an election.
I understand.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Kay next.
Yeah, so I have a question to the relevant director via you, Mr. Mayor, which I believe would be Director of Corporate. Would I be right in saying that there is no mayoral delegation until that time, and I believe there were some legislation changes, that ceases on the day of the election? Could you please clarify that that is the case, please, Director Marshall?
Director Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it would be the case. If there is no mayor, then there can't be powers delegated to a mayor that doesn't exist. So, yes.
But previously, did it not carry forward from the previous mayor until the new mayor?
Mr. Mayor, yes. Previously, the outgoing mayor held mayoral delegation until I think either the new mayor was appointed. Yes, until the new mayor was appointed. Yes, that's correct.
So this has only changed this year. No. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor and Councillors, I believe that changed some years ago, but in the case of a popularly elected mayor, he or she can continue to act with power until a new mayor is sworn in. But in the case where it's a mayor elected by councillors, some years ago that changed, so in fact you do have a hiatus where there's no elected body and there's no ability to grant powers to a mayor.
Can I have another add-on question? When we were talking about the earliest date, could you please confirm that again, Director Marshall?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I just clarify? The question was, when is the earliest date that we could have?
Yes, so you stated, was it Christmas Day that you said, which clearly would not be a feasible date? Is that correct? And then I can maybe work a few days forward.
Okay. Well, if the election was declared on Tuesday the 21st, we probably wouldn't give them notice until the next day. So we'd give notice on the 22nd. Then there'd be 3 clear days notice, so that'd be the 23rd, 24th, 25th. So the first day you could have it would be the 26th. If the election was declared on Thursday the 23rd, the first day you could give notice would be the 24th. Then 3 clear days notice would be 25, 26, 27. The mayoral election could be on the 28th. And so we don't know when the election will be declared, obviously, so we'd have to bank on it being the 23rd. So the earliest you could have it would be Tuesday the 28th.
Okay, which is a public holiday, I believe.
Yes, it is.
So I'm proposing then the 29th.
Point of order.
So that's a, if I may, sorry, that would be foreshadow.
Yes, it would have to be
That's
a
right.
foreshadowed amendment.
So that would be a
sorry.
No, it's correct. It's a foreshadow amendment after this one. So we have, I'm sorry, have you finished? Is the time run? Councillor Anderson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In looking at the dates listed in the business papers, it says that return of postal vote certificates closes on the 17th of December and that progressive declarations are made 21st to the 23rd of December. So does the timeline also include potential challenges to the results?
And the question is to, just 1 second, sorry. Mr. Warren.
Through you, Mr Mayor. In a report we done in July this year about the election, the dates between the 21st and the 23rd did include challenges, but not legal challenges, if that makes sense. If something, if there was a legal challenge to a court, obviously everything would have to be held in hiatus. But those dates between the 23rd and the 23rd do include challenges by candidates to the voting.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, light still on?
Just a follow-up question. As the timeline suggests progressive declarations, is it possible that our declaration could not be made until the 23rd and then there'd have to be challenges after that?
So the question is to Mr. Warren again.
Advice from the New South Wales Electoral Commission is that the distribution of preferences and any challenges to that should take place on the 20th and the 21st, and then they would then slowly start releasing the results. But one of the reasons why I guess the 11th was picked was because that is very hard to predict how long and how many challenges they might have, and how the so-called progressive declaration is handled. It is a week before Christmas too, so that was their advice, that they would be able to distribute preferences on the Monday the 20th after the postal votes close on the Friday before, and that any challenges would be able to be, I guess, put into practice and investigated, and then progressively release the results from the 21st to the 23rd.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple questions through you to, I suppose, the General Manager. So my first question would be, obviously we've had the scenario every single election whereby we've had a mayor elected by the council, and then we have an election, and then we have a period with no mayor, and then we have a mayor. So what has been the standard process? Has this had a significant impact not having the mayor and the mayor's delegation for that period of no mayoralty? And what processes does staff have in place to manage that?
And sorry, just for purpose of clarification, you're referring to the date of 11 January.
Oh, I'm referring more broadly to the idea of, in previous elections, there's obviously always been a period where we haven't had a mayor.
Correct. So this one here is until the 11th of January?
Yes. So I'm saying
Thank you.
for in previous terms, how has this been handled? Has this been an operational problem? Has this been something that has had issues raised, and how have the staff managed that situation in the past?
General Manager.
Okay, so Mr Mayor and Councillors, the process is that the delegations that Council gives me or gave me in the first year of this term hold true for the term, and my delegations carry over until the new elected body is sworn in, i.e. a new mayor. Notwithstanding decisions under the Act under 377 that only council can make, obviously in that intervening period those decisions can't be made, and that's things like tenders. We all know what those, financial statements, those type of things. The only difference this time I would say is that because of the COVID environment and the way that the election is being run, there's a longer lead time to the declaration. So previously, if you had an election on a Saturday, it was quite feasible that it could be declared on the Monday or the Tuesday. So obviously there is a bigger lead time because of the environment we live in, but that's probably the only difference.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Another question through you to the General Manager. I know so far you've been hesitant to make any commentary on the letter and the implications of the second last paragraph, but from reading of this, when it says decisions that have long-term ramifications for the incoming council, would not the mayor appointment of the mayor fall under that description, or would you still be unwilling to make commentary on that point through you, Mr. Mayor?
Obviously, the appointment of the mayor has ramifications for the incoming council, but I guess it depends on the makeup of the council. There's been councils where the mayor is elected unopposed. That wouldn't be a significant ramification. Again, that's not for me to say. It's up to councillors to make a conscience vote on that.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question through you to the General Manager. If the election for the mayor is held on the 11th of January, considering that council will go into recess normally over Christmas New Year period, and there's only skeleton staff available till 7th of Jan, would you expect there would be a significant impact waiting till the 11th of January, or would you feel there would be potential urgency to have the mayor elected in between Christmas and New Year when many families are on holidays and are just not available?
General Manager.
Mr. Mayor, so Councillor Greenfield, the practice to date has been that leading up to Christmas, the council grants the mayor, deputy mayor and general manager emergency powers in that what they call the recess period, which is between the last meeting of council and the first meeting in February. And those powers can only be used if the mayor, deputy mayor and general manager are in consensus about an item that cannot wait to the resumption of council. In my time, 16 years, I think those powers have been used once during that period. So I wouldn't say that, given that council's effectively shut down until the 6th of January anyway, that there would be major ramifications until the 11th.
Thank you.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question to the General Manager, if I may, and this is a hypothetical simply because I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I don't think any of us do. But if, for example, the elections held on the 4th of December, which we all know that's the case, and if for some reason the outcome is known, let's say on the 6th or 7th, like it has been in previous years, would that present a case that if the decision isn't made tonight of when the next meeting is, there's no one who can call the meeting earlier because no one's sworn in? Is that a reasonable proposition?
No, I actually have delegation to call a council meeting myself.
Okay, so if it was decided earlier, hypothetically, you could
bring it forward.
Okay, that's just, I want to know how that mechanism worked. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the General Manager, through this Christmas period, wouldn't most of the items needing to be dealt with would be operational matters that would not really rely upon councillors to be involved in those decisions?
Mr. Mayor and councillors, I think I answered that to Councillor Greenfield earlier. So I have delegations for everything under the Act except decisions under 377. So it'd be unlikely that things like a tender would need to be approved in the first week in January.
Thank you. There being no other speakers, I shall put Councillor Clark's amendment to a vote, which is...
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry.
The mover has the right to sum up.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you. I'm so sorry. No, this is the your amendment, Councillor Clark's amendment.
No, it's Councillor Kay.
Councillor Kay has the right to sum up. Mover of the motion.
So what are we doing? Thank you. So it is Councillor Kay that would sum up because you moved the original motion and you have a foreshadow. So you sum up, which is for the motion, and then we vote on the amendment, which is the foreshadow. We'll deal with that after. So you make the closing, and then we vote on the amendment. If that is carried or lost, if it's lost, then your foreshadow will come in, and then we debate on the. Sorry, we don't debate. We just vote on the foreshadow. Do we debate? Becomes a new amendment. Thank you.
So basically, moving the date forward from the 11th of January to the 29th of the 12th, 21st, which is the first non-public holiday, and at the same time of 3 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We good? All right, now we can vote. Thank you. So this is for Councillor Clark's amendment, which is the officer's recommendation, where the first meeting will be held on 11th of January. All those in favour? Councillors Greenfield, Anderson, Smith, Chateau, Clark, and Pettit. All those, sorry, we don't have to call up because it's carried.
So it becomes the motion.
It becomes the motion, and we have to vote again as the motion itself. So the motion would be the officer's recommendation now. We have to vote whether 11th of January is the first meeting. All those in favour of the officer's recommendation of 11th of January, we have Councillors Greenfield, Anderson, Smith, Chateau, Clark, Pettit, Nye. Against, Kay, Kelly, Spencer. It says carried, right? It's carried. Thank you. We are now at GB 28. Consideration of submissions, planning proposal, and site-specific.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, point of order. Should we not be at GB 25?
Oh, I'm sorry. there's
Apologies, GB 25. I'll speak right with
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. So GB 25, Housing Strategy, Letter of Approval. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Nye, officer's recommendation.
Oh no,
Second.
I'd like to move a different motion.
Yes, do you have to?
And the text should be on the screen, if possible. So, what I'm moving for GB25 is point A remains the same, and implementation and delivery plan be prepared in accordance with the requirements of the Letter of Approval 1 to 12, issued by the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment on 16 July 2021, and in accordance with the Implementation and Delivery Plan guidelines and template. Point B, a complete rewrite. Any submission to the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment must first be reviewed and approved by the new governing body after the council elections on 4th of December 2021. It will be at the new governing body's discretion as to whether or not to submit within 6 months from the date of the letter of approval. Point C, Council note that complying with the requirements of the letter of approval is unfunded and that a report on the matter will be referred to Council for consideration in early 2022 prior to any approval for submission to the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment. Do we have a seconder?
Seconder. Councillor Kay. And right. Councillor Kay, seconder. So, Councillor Nye will speak to the motion, right? Councillor Nye will speak to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just the officer's recommendation, I was just personally a little bit uncomfortable with it because my reading of the officer's recommendation was that the whole thing would be submitted to the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment without councillor input. Personally, I'd like the new governing body, whoever's on that governing body, to have a say in what is in this document before it gets submitted to DPI. And I know that it means that there's the potential for a submission to be late, but I would like that submission to be in the hands of the new governing body. It's up to them to decide whether or not to submit this, the implementation and delivery plan. And I understand that the implications of this may be that the new governing body may take some time to understand all of the whole history of the housing strategy, what are the 12 requirements of the letter of approval, all that kind of detail. It may well mean that we do submit something beyond that 6-month deadline given, but from a governance perspective, I feel more comfortable that the new governing body has opportunity to understand what is being proposed before charging into it. But yeah, ultimately, the most important point is the governing body should be the final say before anything goes to the department, rather than a potential blank check. Thank you.
And Councillor Kay, as a seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I've just got a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to, I believe, Director Watson. When we talk about a delay in time period, what would you envisage would be that delay if we took this on board?
Director Watson.
I'll need to be pointing to exactly where Councillor Kay is referring to in the report.
Can I
yes, if Councillor
provide
Nye could
clarification?
assist, please.
So we received this letter of approval on the 16th of July 2021. So what this means is there's an implication that we must therefore submit this implementation and delivery plan by the 16th of January 2022. And given that the council is meeting on the 11th to appoint a mayor and that's all, it's not a lot of time for the new councillors to become familiar with what's going on with the implementation and delivery plan. And I anticipate that there will be delays of submission and that it may be beyond the 6 months requested.
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the clarification, Councillor Nye. I'm sorry I didn't understand the question. Councillor Nye is quite correct. We were never going to be able to report back within the 6 months. To be fair, the 6 months was set before the election date was shifted. We did write to the department and ask whether we could get an extension of time, and they declined to do that. Their view was that the implementation strategy did not need to go to council. I took a contrary view, and I think you've misunderstood my report, because Part C of the officer's recommendation clearly says that a report will be referred back to council for consideration in early 2022. So we were never putting an implementation strategy direct to the department without coming back to council. The primary reason being, as you quite rightly observe, some elements of that are unfunded. So the implementation strategy, and I haven't given it too much thought, but it would say subject to funding, funded, not funded, whatever it happened to be. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Director Watson. The next speaker is Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question through you to Director Watson. Director Watson, would it have been easier for you if we'd had an earlier councillor meeting, like, say, the 29th of December, to bring this to you? Rather than 5 days after the...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have thought that this was a very difficult issue for a new council to get its head around, whether it had 5 days or 14 days. And if I may venture a suggestion, it may well be that this is exactly the type of matter alluded to in that paragraph in the most recent letter from the department to the Mayor, because this clearly has long-term implications on a new council, and perhaps is a matter that should not and may not have in fact been tabled had we seen that letter earlier.
Could I ask a supplementary question then, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, yes, please.
So, given your experience with the complexity of this sort of issue and the fact that a new council might only be sworn in 5 days before, and I won't hold you to the answer, I'm just curious, how long do you think it will take before a group of people, historically 50% change over an election, would have sufficient understanding of the issues to be able to make an informed decision? Excuse me, I'll just continue. Because of this issue that we've gone past the deadline.
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. That's a question that requires some speculation on my part, but I would have said it would have been months, perhaps made more complex depending on the platforms on which candidates might have got themselves elected. Some of them may be very anti some of these sorts of issues, and I won't get them across the line in months, let alone, or years, let alone months.
I don't want to start a debate. Can I ask a subsequent question?
Yes, please.
I understand that the issue that people may come here with a preconceived notion about what they're going to consider and not consider, but regardless of their platform for election, which we all know they can't be held to, the average person with reasonable intellect should be able to get their head around this in 2 or 3 months. I understand, well, I imagine, I hope, but isn't the issue about us breaching a deadline and then putting the council in a difficult position with DPIE over submitting late, or perhaps having any submission rejected because it's failed to meet the deadline?
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's not a statutory deadline, and I understand that from talking to my peers in some of the Northern Sydney councils, we aren't necessarily the only council that is uncomfortable dealing with this issue at this particular point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant officer. So my question really comes into the difference between the motion that has been tabled by Councillor and I versus the intentions of the staff when they put forward the original motion. Given Director Watson's statement that the report was going to be coming back to council staff anyways, is there really any difference in the spirit of the motion tabled by Councillor and I to the spirit of the motion as per the by the council staff? Through you, Mr. Mayor.
So I'll put that to Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe there's any real difference. It was always the intention that this matter would go back to council before going to the department.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Director Watson. It's a bit weird then to say I'd like to speak against this motion, because really I'm quite comfortable with the motion as per the staff. And if the staff are saying that this motion is the exact same as Councillor Nye's motion, I don't really understand. It's a very weird position to be in. But of course, I'm quite comfortable with the motion, and of course, as Councillor Nye has pointed out, the motion, of course, would be voted on by the council staff. I think it's very important to recognise that whether or not Councillor Nye made this new version or not, it has not actually changed what was going to happen. What was going to happen whether or not Councillor Nye put this forward. So I really just want that very clear. So I suppose I'm quite comfortable with the wording as the staff, so I don't really have any issue with Councillor Nye's motion. But it doesn't actually mean that Councillor Nye's motion has actually done anything different to what the council staff was going to do. More for people listening, I suppose, than for the people in this room. Anyways, it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. But, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question through you to Director of Strategy. The original council staff recommendation, point B, said the implementation and delivery plan be submitted to the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment within 6 months from the date of the letter of approval. So I'm just trying to understand how is that in spirit the same as what we have now proposed as the motion, which is on the screen. Like from my reading, from my understanding, the original staff recommendation, point B, implies that one way or another, that this thing has to be submitted to DPI within 6 months, so by 16th of January 2022. And that's only possible if the council, the new council, if it's elected on 11th of January, has 5 days, calls an EMC, somehow understands the whole range of complexity of issues and then decides to approve it per point C. To me, yeah, I'm just trying to understand what was the original intent of the original point B, if not to say that it just gets submitted.
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the simple answer to that is that this report was written in advance of the timetable of council meetings for next year, which was only just been adopted. So when this report was first prepared, I didn't know what the meeting schedule was. And
Thank you.
It turns out that the way it's been adopted, the meeting schedule's been adopted, this automatically can't meet that 16th of January deadline.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I stand here saying I am not comfortable with this in the least. To have a motion that says an implementation and delivery plan be prepared in accordance with the requirements of the Letter of Approval 1-2-12 issued by the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment on the 16th of July and in accordance with the implementation and delivery plan guidelines and template. That is abhorrent to me, and it is abhorrent to the hundreds of residents who wrote to me in 2020 and 2021 regarding the draft housing strategy. The residents that have looked at this approval letter reject it entirely and say it is inconsistent with the draft housing strategy that we fought very hard to achieve and was approved. I intend to make it very clear tonight to all the residents of Ku-ring-gai that I oppose these certain conditions that are specified in this letter of approval. It shouldn't be left as a question mark at the end of this term of council as to what our views are on development within Ku-ring-gai. Our residents made it extremely clear, and I note that there were 5 councillors here that opposed my mayoral minute on the housing strategy. And indeed they went further. They lodged a rescission when I used my mayoral casting vote to get it through. So I can understand that perhaps those councillors, Spencer, Nye, Kay, Pettit and Kelly, who lodged that rescission, who fought against my mayoral minute on the draft housing strategy, would sit here tonight and merrily want to adopt the conditions that the Department of Planning is imposing on Ku-ring-gai. Well, I will not. I am going to remain true to the residents who wrote to me, hundreds of them, and the only support those 5 councillors got against my mayoral minute was public submissions from 4 people, all developers or their agents. So do not
Point of order. We have addressed that already. They are landowners, they are not developers. It's just speculation.
It is not. I have the letters and it is not so, Mr. Mayor. Regardless, I'll move on from that point. I do have hundreds of letters on my council email system rejecting these sort of development proposals that we are going to have to implement if we approve these conditions. It it just strikes me as fobbing it off to say that we're not going to make any comment on this tonight, we're just going to accept it meekly like sheep when we know the views of our residents. Certainly, it's my opinion that these are matters that the new council will have to deal with, but I do not want the community of Ku-ring-gai to be in any doubt.
Again,
about
point
the
of order,
views.
not the whole Ku-ring-gai, just those that wrote to you, because we received letters as well. So
Thank you,
it has to
Mr.
be
Mayor.
clarified, you know. Thank you.
Yes, well, I was mayor at the time and I didn't receive letters in the hundreds supporting that position, and neither did the council's public forum. So I would say that I am very confident in the views of our residents on these matters, and I have letters received only recently from residents outlining their serious concerns with the conditions in this letter. Therefore, I will move an amendment that this council rejects the conditions in the approval letter, and that further debate on this matter be under the authority of the newly elected council in 2022.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can only just move that mask. I can only reiterate the same points that Councillor Anderson was mentioning. The letters that I've received were quite
Exactly the same.
pretty much the same. I received the same type. But another thing I'd like to point out, I did not receive one letter opposing what the mayoral minute was about. So I really believe that it is in Ku-ring-gai's interest, and as all councillors here tonight, we actually have the opportunity here to push this back to New South Wales Planning and represent our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're in a position here as exercising the spirit of representative democracy that all of us who are sitting here in this chamber as elected councillors can determine the support or otherwise of the community by putting matters to the vote. I receive correspondence from residents all over Ku-ring-gai every day. I receive phone calls, as everyone else does as well, people voicing their opinions, their pleasure at things that happen in council, their displeasure at things that happen in council, and unfortunately a lot of the directors find out about it shortly afterwards. So, we can sit here and spout anything, but it's really comes down to the vote. And I think these matters are best determined by the democratic process of putting them to the vote. And then we'll find out what the majority of the residents think, one way or the other. Thank you.
Next speaker is Councillor Nye.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to speak against this motion, and I'm just going to present a few...
The amendment.
This amendment. And I'm going to present a few facts. Back in September 2020, if any reasonable resident chooses to read the minutes of the September 2020 meeting or chooses to watch the webcast of the September 2020 meeting, it is very clear that all 10 councillors here rejected the proposals from council staff to have 15 to 20-storey buildings in Ku-ring-gai. All 10 councillors rejected it. Now, the opposition, the reasons why there was a rescission motion, it wasn't, as the former mayor presents, some sort of support of property developers. No, it wasn't. If you were to look at the details, if you were to look at the conversations, emails, the letters, the announcements, all that sort of stuff, it was about corporate governance. It was about whether or not it is appropriate. When you've got over 1,000 residents saying that they object to the heights, to then therefore assume that all 1,000 of those residents therefore support doing absolutely nothing at all, to make no changes. In fact, many of those 1,000 or more emails, they say we want to make some changes. We especially would like some medium densities so that we can downsize without moving outside of Ku-ring-gai. But we just object to 15 to 20 stories. And I'm very disappointed that a year ago we were misrepresented, and I'm very disappointed that a mailing list of 31,000 was used to misrepresent 5 councillors. And also, you know, announcements in the Daily Telegraph, etc. North Shore Times. I'm just disappointed that we were misrepresented, because at the end of the day, at least my position was that I rejected 15 to 20 stories. The September minutes makes it clear. September 2020 minutes makes it clear. The October 2020 minutes makes it clear. The video recording of September 2020 makes it clear. The video recording of October 2020 makes it clear. And I was really disappointed to have all these residents emailing me afterwards based on something that they heard from that 31,000 distribution, that apparently just because, you know, I on governance concerns, as a matter of procedure, I sought to rescind the Mayor's proposal at the time, that therefore I was supporting 15 to 20 stories. That is not the facts, and it's been highly misleading, it's highly been distorted. I encourage any resident on good faith to look at those minutes of September and October 2020, to look at the videos of September and October 2020, compare it to any, you know, news that you get from other people, and just compare it to the source. Is this true or not? Now going back to this point here, my understanding of the letter of approval, and Ku-ring-gai's had a lot of conditions compared to some other councils, is that there was a claim a year ago that if we were to make no changes whatsoever, then Ku-ring-gai's housing needs through to 2036 would be adequate. And my interpretation of the DPI letter is conditions 1 to 12 is therefore that it's sort of like saving face. I think that's more of an Asian concept, but it's DPI's way of saying, look, okay, we'll let you have this, but you actually really haven't delivered what you have promised, which is to meet the needs of Ku-ring-gai residents through to 2036. My interpretation of this is that they're saying, look, you're not quite there. We don't want to embarrass you by rejecting your housing strategy, but we're suggesting approval points 1 to 12, some of which I abhor as well. But we're suggesting approval points 1 to 12 so that we can get to a point where the needs of Ku-ring-gai's residents, both current and future, will be met through to 2036. Now my concern is if we just put it this way, well, I'm not necessarily completely opposed to it, but I think the original motion actually allows council staff to get on with doing work, and then allows our councillors in the next governing body to make an informed decision in their own time. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Chateau.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. In this lovely book that we have here, the end of term report, on the first pages, point 2, our unique biodiversity, we have a description of Ku-ring-gai. Known as the green heart of Sydney, Ku-ring-gai contains a diverse natural habitat regarded as the last remaining areas of biodiversity significance in the Sydney metropolitan area, which includes 119 bushland reserves covering 1,150 hectares, nationally significant ecological communities, over 800 recorded native plant species, and 2 biobanking sites. I could go on. This letter from planning, from Brett Whitworth, Deputy Secretary of the Greater Sydney Place and Infrastructure, is frankly an insult to what we know and love about Ku-ring-gai. residents have serious concerns. One of those concerns is that the housing targets that this letter refers to are based on pre-COVID population projections. Currently, there are no new population targets issued by the Greater Sydney Commission, though the Government Centre for Population has updated its projections in December 2020. These projections show a 5% reduction in forecast population for Sydney versus pre-COVID projected levels to 2026 and 5.4% to 2031. This amounts to over 300,000 fewer people expected to reside in Sydney than projected in 2026 and 340,000 less by 2031. These new projections must be taken into account in these additional housing strategy requirements. They're less than half the previous increases, which will have a major impact on the housing requirements in our area. That is just the thin end of the wedge. Really and truly, to be threatened by the department that they will, as they say here, accommodate developers and landowners in proponent-led proposals if council does not meet the requirements in its letter is both dangerous and disappointing, to say the least, when we're now too used to hearing of developers having too much sway in local planning outcomes. Critically, the proposed housing targets have not been updated based on pre-COVID population projections from 3 years ago, and it's essential that the GSC issue updated population targets before foisting unnecessary increases in dwellings on existing infrastructure and communities. I personally, as a member of the Liberal Party, pretty disgusted with the way in which this Ku-ring-gai, this blue ribbon area, is treated by its own party. I say no more.
Thank you, Councillor Chateau. I believe you have just reinforced nearly everything Councillor Nye has said, and that's why he put in a rescission notice and voted against 15, 20-storey buildings. Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Anderson. Questions?
Indeed. Questions. Because I want to clarify the statements that Councillor Nye has made, and perhaps I'm stretching Mr Taylor's memory, but I know these assertions about corporate governance and the decision on the housing strategy was raised as questions in 2020, and I had to seek the legal advice of Mr Taylor on that matter because it was alleged that corporate governance was not being properly addressed by the staff completing the documentation on the draft housing strategy to lodge with the Department of Planning after Council's resolution. So could Mr Taylor perhaps remember that advice, which my recollection was that staff were dealing with it properly and there was no governance issue.
Corporate lawyer.
Mr Mayor and councillors, I must apologise, but my memory of that is not sufficiently clear to be ready to assist Councillor Anderson's question.
Thank you.
That's taken on notice.
A follow-up question to Mr Taylor then. Is it correct that it is usual for the council officers to implement the decisions of the elected council from following a council meeting and submit the any documentation to the relevant departments?
Corporate lawyer, thank you.
Yeah, Mr Mayor and councillors, I think that proposition's fairly universally correct.
Thank you.
In principle, yes.
Thank you, corporate lawyer.
Thank you, Mr Taylor. I have another question. This also goes to assertions that Councillor Nye has just made regarding the absolutely no opportunity for downsizing in Ku-ring-gai under the current draft housing strategy, or the housing strategy we now have following that debate in 2020. Would Director Watson please list some of the opportunities for downsizing in Ku-ring-gai that can still carry on, including the existing capacity within our planning controls that the strategy is based on, SEP 5s and other.
I'm sorry, can you just hold 1 second, please? Thank you. Just a little bit of caution not to stray too far, but I'll, with regards to your question. So, Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the department's approval letter effectively concedes that there would be sufficient capacity to deliver housing of a variety of types in that 2021-2026 period. There are a number of conditions which relate to monitoring of that, but fundamentally they accept the proposition that the existing planning controls would provide opportunities of the type that Councillor Anderson refers to. There are state policies that sit over the top of that which provide more opportunities that are to a large extent guesstimates, and they are market opportunities provided by the private sector, largely outside of existing planning controls.
So, just a point of order. If I may move, I need a seconder, that we have had more than 2 for and 2 against, that we put this matter to a vote. I just need a seconder. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I don't believe we have had 2 for and 2 against.
Could we seek clarification?
Mr. Mayor and councillors, my notes for the amendment, councillors Anderson, Smith and Chatto. Against, councillors Nye, Clark, Kelly.
Sorry, General Manager, I only spoke before this amendment even came up.
There's still 2, Kelly and...
It's still 3 and 2.
3 and 2. So, seconded by Councillor Kelly. So, the all those in favour of putting this to a vote, Councillor Kelly, Pettit, yes? No? And all those in not in against, Greenfield, Anderson, Smith, Chateau, and Clark. All right, so the motion is lost. So we will continue with the debate. Thank you. Councillor Smith, you're next. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the Director of Strategy, could I take you to the department approval letter to point 4, which I'll read out to you and for others to listen to. Consistent with priority K3 of the Ku-ring-gai LSPS, Council is to prepare a master plan or accommodate a proponent-led planning proposal, I'll repeat that, accommodate a proponent-led planning proposal with good planning outcomes for the St Ives Local Centre. Planning is to occur in consultation with TF New South Wales and aligned with its movement and place framework. Subject to TF New South Wales advice, the planning proposal is to be submitted to the Department for Gateway Determination by December 2022. This proposal will help create future housing capacity to contribute to medium supply and support the longer-term 20-year strategic housing target for the district. My question to you, Director, is this standard practice for us as a council to accommodate a proponent-led planning proposal?
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The question, point 4 says, or accommodate a proponent-led planning proposal. It is within the current planning framework that a planning proposal can be lodged by a proponent at any time. What the department has effectively done here has given the council the opportunity to do it first, i.e. by December 2022. But the point I would make, with some indulgence from yourself and Councillor Smith, is that that date is well in advance of what council had previously proposed, and there were some conditions prerequisite in relation to transport before council would have carried out that work. But certainly, in the event that council does not do that particular piece of work by December 2022, the department has made it clear that a proponent-led planning proposal could be lodged, and frankly there's nothing stopping that happening now. They don't have to wait until December 2022 under the current planning regime.
Thank you.
So just a follow-up question on that. Have we ever carried out, as a council, this in relation to what the department's asking for on any other property?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we would deal with a number of proponent-led planning proposals every term of council. That's effectively what, for example, the Kalara Golf Club was. There's a number of others that council has considered over the duration. The Roseville Memorial RSL Club is in fact a proponent-led planning proposal which was initiated and finalised by this council in this term.
Just a follow-up question on that. What my concern is that St Ives has been hit hard enough with the amount of planning and everything that's gone into St Ives already, considering that we've got no rail or anything else or decent infrastructure for transport. What type of, have you any idea what type of yield they're wanting from this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they've been very careful not to talk about yield in this letter, other than to say that the original dwelling targets have not been modified or withdrawn. Going back to Councillor Chateau's earlier point, they remain as they were prior to COVID. It's fair to say that everybody in this chamber has been through the Linfield hub proposal process over a number of years, and you know what viability is in the context of a master plan. In all of these cases where we're asked to doing master plans, we're not being asked to do master plans for unfeasible proposals. It is inherent in all of them that they would be feasible. So without putting numbers on it, you would be expecting development of a similar scale to what people understand is required at other sites in Ku-ring-gai that this chamber has been involved in. I hope I've been not too obtuse in answering that question.
No, thank you, but just on another follow-up on that, would it not be reasonable to expect that we would definitely see what traffic TF New South Wales actually has in place before we could even put in a master plan or even accommodate anything?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our report is intentionally vague about the merits or otherwise of any of the conditions. We simply had asked council to allow us to do an implementation plan without talking about the merits of individual conditions. That would have been for the new council to debate early in the new year. I can't speculate as to what Transport for New South Wales may require up at St Ives, but councillors will be aware that the conditions prerequisite that the staff had recommended previously and which are embodied in other documents of council, local strategic planning statements and the like, go to rapid bus transit along that corridor and rapid transport connections to the city. This condition does not inherently reflect the conditions prerequisite the council had previously imposed in St Ives. Now, that doesn't mean we still may not be able to have a conversation with Transport for New South Wales about that, but you can't automatically assume that the previously adopted position of the council would prevail in the context of this wording now.
Mr Mayor, through to you, just another question to Director Watson. To me, reading this, it really does feel that it's putting the cart before the horse.
Director Watson, I do not know what it is.
Is that fair to say?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's somewhat of a rhetorical statement, but I will make the observation that there was reasonably heavy criticism of the proposals put forward by staff late last year, and I think these conditions, if read at face value, go far beyond what the staff recommended late last year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Councillor Nye. Have you got questions?
Yes, questions. I've got two sets of questions, one set around governance and one set around housing targets. With regard to questions, through you, Mr Mayor, to whichever is the relevant director or general manager, who should I ask about governance questions?
Governance depends on the question.
Governance
really.
concept. So
we have the question first.
Okay, so I've got three questions linked to governance. If you have a over 600 page document and there are minor changes, is it appropriate for the governing body to approve it subject to the minor changes? That's the first question. Second question, if you've got a over 600 page document and there's changes to say 5% of it and those 5% are tabled, is it appropriate for a governing body to then say we approve the document subject to these changes? And then my third question is, if you have over 600 pages in a planning document and it's proposed that the entire document, the premise, all the underlying foundations be overhauled to the point where massive chunks of it get deleted, and what ends up is a 377 page document, is it appropriate for, or normal practice even, for a governing body to just say we don't know what exactly is being changed, we don't know how exactly the 600 page document is going to be changed, but we're going to trim it down by 40% and we're just going to give approval for it without further review? So that's a question of corporate governance. I pitch it to whichever director or general manager it's appropriate for, but I also pitch it out to all the residents listening.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, that's somewhat hypothetical as well, because it depends on the governing body who gives the delegations to make the changes and what their appetite for risk is in doing that. I think custom and practice here has always been that when major strategic documents have been adopted by council, the caveat has always been that staff can make minor changes, typographical, grammatical, that type of thing, but not substantive as to the spirit of the actual document.
So my next question on the matter of governance is, when, let's say hypothetically or in reality, we have a over 600 page document, we trim it down to 377 pages, would you consider that as a minor change, which it's appropriate for potentially for a governing body to say, yep, let's go, let's submit it without further review? Or is it, would it be normal for a governing body, whether in local government or corporate Australia, to say, please make the changes, bring it back to us next month, and we will consider it in further detail once the 40% has been trimmed out?
Again, Mr Mayor and Councillors, hypothetical. I guess it would depend on what the 40% that's trimmed out is, whether it dramatically changes the spirit of the document or not. And as I said, I think if it changes fundamentally the spirit of the document, good governance would say it has to come back.
Just one final question on governance before I ask about strategy. Would you say that the spirit of the draft housing strategy presented by council staff in September 2020 versus the final housing strategy that was submitted without councillor or public review, would you say that the spirit of both documents is about the same, or is the spirit quite significantly different?
Refer that to Director Watson.
Director Watson, thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the council resolution at the time was to rely for future dwelling yield only on the provisions in council's existing planning instruments. There was absolutely no ambiguity about that. It was about exactly what was contained in council's current planning instruments at the time. There was no room for manoeuvre. There was no room for reinterpretation. It was simply a matter of cutting out all of the things that went beyond exactly what was already in council's adopted planning controls. So I would have thought, and it wasn't a hypothetical question, it was a loaded question. What council did at the time was refer back purely to what exactly was already in adopted instruments, which was done. And after that document was cut down and resubmitted, I don't recall getting one single email from any councillor complaining about the way that document was formatted or constructed.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if that answers the question, though, of whether the spirit of what staff had proposed in September 2020 versus the document that was submitted, whether the spirit of each was the same. But let's move on, because I think it's a point of disagreement that we could talk all night. My next question is, we've talked about how the housing strategy in its current form, as Director Watson mentioned, it provided enough medium density to 2026, but does the housing strategy in its current form provide sufficiently for medium density through to 2036, which is what we were asked to prepare for the housing strategy through to 2036?
Was Director Watson, I believe?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the answer to that is clearly no. That's why you've got a 12-point conditioned letter. We weren't asked to give a housing strategy through to 2026. We were asked to do one through to 2036, and the department's effectively saying you've only given us numbers to 2026, and all of these things, if you do those, we think they'll get you to 2036. Go through the process and tell us otherwise.
Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Chateau.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Questions?
It is a question, yes. Just looking down here at the first subject, the first requirement that the approval of the LHS is subject to. Its council is to submit the planning proposals for the Linfield Village Hub and Roseville Memorial Club to the Department for finalisation by December 2021. Two questions through you, Mr Mayor, to Director Watson. Is this feasible? And two, I note that the Deputy Secretary is Brett Whitworth. I can't imagine that he'd possibly be a relation to John Whitworth, who is involved with the Roseville RSL. My question is, thank you.
Just a second, if we're trying to get, is that the one? Councillor Chateau, were you referring to that one?
I was referring to the letter.
Right, thank you. Thank you. Director Watson?
Through you, Mr Mayor, condition 1 relates to the planning proposal for the Linfield hub in part, and that is on the agenda for tonight, so that could feasibly be submitted to the department by December 21 were council to adopt it tonight. In the event council does not adopt it tonight, it would lapse before the council meets again in February. The date being in late January is the time for resubmission and finalisation of that planning proposal. And in terms of the Roseville Memorial Club, that matter has already been finalised. So both of those matters can feasibly be dealt with by December 2021, depending on how Council deals with the planning proposal for the hub later on this agenda tonight.
Thank you. Are there any more questions, speakers? No? Thank you. Can we now put the... closing. Correct? Closing. Councillor Nye, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is quite a controversial issue. I think most councillors here, including myself, we have concerns about some of the points, approval points 1 to 12. But ultimately, it goes down to the history of what happened a year ago in the lead up to this housing strategy. A year ago, September 20, council staff proposed 15 to 20 storey buildings throughout parts of Ku-ring-gai in the town centres. A year ago, in September 2020, all 10 councillors rejected this concept. And a year ago, in September 2020, I was the one who got up and spoke about COVID and about future migration targets being lower and about population targets being dwindled and about the current population targets being no longer relevant. And if you doubt that, look at the September 2020 video. And also look at the September 2020 minutes, because it's all there. What's happening here is there is a bit of a difference between, in our perspectives of how do we best protect the character of Ku-ring-gai. I genuinely believe that all 10 councillors here care about the character of Ku-ring-gai, but there are just different perspectives or different approaches on how to achieve this. 4 years ago, when I was running for council, and in the subsequent months after that, my mentor, I considered, was Mayor Anderson. And she told me that with regards to planning and things like this, it is best for residents and for council to decide where population should go, how zoning should happen, etc. It was Mayor Anderson, my mentor, who said that if we as a council do not take responsibility and zone appropriately, then sometimes those planning powers are taken away from us. And at the time, she referred to what the Labor state government was doing and someone called Diane Beamer or something like that. And I generally agree with that principle, that we as councillors, we have the opportunity to decide where sensible housing, sensible zoning, where the childcare centres, where the seniors living, where the townhouses, where all of those should go, where are the sensible places for it to go. And if we as a council decide where these things should go, then we may have the opportunity to say to the state government, look, we've planned for everything, it's all appropriate, can we please stop with the spot rezoning here in Ku-ring-gai? But as many of us as Ku-ring-gai councillors know, there is a lot of spot rezoning. There's constantly new townhouses here and there where it used to be R2. There's constantly new seniors living through SEPs or childcares through SEPs. And constantly there's always, quite often residents complain about traffic that's created, extra cars parked, how it doesn't fit in character, all that sort of stuff. And that's just unfortunately the reality of things, because the demand is there, but we as council have not provided the supply. We have not taken the responsibility to say, look, these are the sensible places to put childcares, to put seniors living, to put townhouses, to put 7-storey apartments or 4-storey apartments. We haven't done that. Now I am of the view that if we do housing strategies properly, we consult with our residents, we see where the sensible places are to provide for the future needs of our residents, not through to 2026, but through to 2036 as asked. And when we do that, overall, all of our residents are better off because you have various things, the townhouses, the low apartments, etc., in sensible places instead of in crazy places where property developers purchase the cheapest land and not just spot rezone. I think it's... Oh, I had one more point, but I've forgotten. When it comes back down to this, ultimately, I think all 10 councillors, we don't like approval points 1 to 12, but it goes back down to the history of how to achieve it. Do we take responsibility, decide where things should go, or do we just fold our hands and say, look, someone else do it, pass the buck?
Thank you. So I will put the amendment, which is Councillors Anderson and Smith's amendment, to a vote. All those in favour, Councillors Greenfield, Anderson, Smith, Chateau, Clark and Pettit. All those against, Councillors Nye, Kay, Kelly and Spencer. It is carried. And it becomes the motion. So it is the same thing. The motion would be that council rejects the conditions in the letter of approval and so on. All those in favour of the motion, Councillors Greenfield, Anderson, Smith, Chateau, Clark, Pettit. Against, Councillors Nye, Kay, Kelly and Spencer. It's carried. And we are now... That's right, GB 28. So GB 28, consideration of submissions, planning proposal and site-specific DCP Linfield Village Hub site. Do we have a mover, a motion? Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Need a seconder? No? Oh, yes. Councillor Kay. So, Councillor Kelly, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Kay, as a seconder?
I'll also reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. We shall now put this to a vote, which is the officer's recommendation.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. I'm so sorry. We have Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions to ask because there certainly have been letters of feedback from residents with some concerns, and I want to make sure that those concerns are at the very least aired here tonight, and their questions are responded to by the staff. So I would like to ask in relation to the overshadowing, which is on page 17 of the submission summary table, whether this is deemed to be satisfactory, as some of the residents are concerned about shadowing on the proposed park and adjoining properties.
That is a question.
Yes, that's a question.
Thank you. Which is to, I believe, Director Watson. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's appropriate, I'll get Mr. Fabber and Mr. Wise to answer some of the detailed questions.
Mayor and Councillors. In relation to overshadowing, this is addressed on page 17 of the submission summary tables. Shadow diagrams are included in the urban design report, page 59 and attachment A4. these indicate the only properties overshadowed beyond the 10 AM are zoned R4 with the potential of redevelopment. No adjoining properties are overshadowed beyond midday. The independent urban design consultant is satisfied with the proposed massing, setbacks and interface impacts.
Follow up, Mr Mayor, if I may. The overshadowing at those hours of the day, that's within the bounds of reasonable overshadowing. Mr Fabro?
Mr Fabro.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Another question, Mr Mayor. The size of the open space, there has been some concerns expressed that this has been reduced. Could you verify the size of the open space and civic plaza, please?
Mr Fabro.
Yes, through you, Mayor and Councillors. Yes, the size of the open space has always remained the same. What's proposed under the existing planning controls is the 3,000 square metre community park and the 900 square metre civic plaza. They won't be overshadowed either beyond 11 AM, and the independent design consultant is satisfied with the proposed massing and location of the buildings and their relationships to the park.
Thank you. And in terms of that overshadowing up till 11 AM, that wouldn't create issues with survival of grass and plantings, or would it?
Well, at this stage, at the higher level of the planning proposal, it's considered that that's acceptable. Detailed overshadowing would be subject to further matters under consideration of a development application.
Thank you. And of course, it's correct to say that this is a planning proposal, and the council officers would expect, would they not, a lot of high-level concepts at this stage, and the detail would be much further along. Is that correct in the process?
Yes, we're just setting the high-level planning controls with a detailed development application that would have to address all of those requirements, and would be subject to further public consultation and review by the staff and by council, by the relevant panel.
Thank you. Final question. There has been an inquiry made about the potential for affordable housing in the hub developments, and whether or not that would impact on the overall height or FSR controls in this planning proposal and outcomes.
Yes, through you, Mayor and Councillors. In relation to the affordable housing, there's special provisions for that, but they would have to be within the overall height or FSR conditions already outlined in the planning proposal.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Nye. Thank you, Mr Fabro.
Thank you. I would like to speak in support of the officer's recommendation. Now, I haven't always been a fan of this planning proposal, and I've been quite vocal behind the scenes in councillor briefings about this planning proposal for the last 3 years. We go back to a day when we had a master plan which was 7 stories and a 3,000 square metre park that was one, I don't know what the right word is, contiguous, whatever, you know, roughly 50 by 60 metres. One decent sized park where you could quite easily kick a ball, recreate, have large gatherings, things like that. And over time, we've seen the Linfield Village Hub proposals change. For a while, we considered, well, not considered, Fabcot made some sort of proposal, and we decided not to do it, and then to turn it down, and then within 2 months, we were starting to hear about 14-storey buildings and, you know, 10, 12, 14, things like that, and it's constantly evolved, and what used to be a 50 by 60 square metre park has now had a northern tower encroach it, and we still have 3,000 square metres of open space, but it's 3,000 square metres sort of spread across the entire site in creative ways, including a staircase. Now that's all concept plans, right? Like the overall planning proposal, it guides the heights, the envelopes, things like that, but there's still a northern tower in this planning proposal, and I'm not that comfortable with it. It is not the kind of park that I conceived, that I had gone to the election 4 years ago. It's not the kind of park that I'm comfortable with. However, to be pragmatic, I do recognise that you can't just go on and on and on about the Linfield Village Hub forever and keep on chopping and changing and all of that. What we have now is 9 stories. What we have now is a northern tower. What we have now is a whole bunch of other things and confidential items about potential ways to go forward. And the thing is, if we want to deliver this Linfield Village Hub, I think it is in the residents' best interest that we go with the planning proposal as it is right now. And it's in the residents' best interest and the ratepayers' best interest that we continue negotiating with proponents. It's not exactly what we wanted. It's not exactly what other residents of Linfield have wanted, but it's close enough. And unless you want another 3 years of no action, my recommendation to all councillors here is to accept the planning proposal as it is. At least with this planning proposal, we have a way forward. At least with this planning proposal, we have the basis to negotiate with various interested proponents. At least with this planning proposal, we satisfy part of condition number 1 in the previous item, which we've all rejected, or which council has rejected. I think we just have to accept the planning proposal as it is. There are things that fall outside the scope of the planning proposal, such as pedestrian bridge. That's not on council-owned land. It's not directly linked to the planning proposal. But the planning proposal is the best way forward for us to deliver the facilities that we've promised to our residents. I know other people have said $9 million in 9 years. I somewhat agree with that, but at the end of the day, we just need to get the job done. So I therefore urge all councillors to support the planning proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson, questions, or have you spoken? Not yet.
No, I haven't spoken. I had questions, so I'll speak to this matter now. I certainly agree with Councillor Nye that this is now at the point of being the best planning proposal that we can expect to deliver and to work with partners to get a viable and feasible outcome for the community. We've certainly acknowledged all the way along that there would be a development in Ku-ring-gai, and obviously this is not a new development proposal. This is something that we have been looking at since 2012, I think it was, that the state government announced commuter car parking funding for this site. Although I note that it took them until June this year to sign a formal funding agreement for this project to deliver funding for that commuter car parking. So all these years later, it's not only council that's been held up on this, it's obviously been state government processes also taking considerable time. But we are indeed very fortunate to have a funding agreement for commuter car parking in Linfield, because to date it's been the only town centre where, in Ku-ring-gai, where that commuter car parking funding has been offered and provided in a written agreement. Yes, we've had many hurdles to face, and this is a hugely expensive project. It's the largest project that this council has ever attempted by many fold. It's not something that we can do on our own. We need a willing partner with a viable offer. And it's pleasing to see that the staff have consistently worked on those negotiations to get it to the point that it is now, with several interested parties putting forward submissions through the revised market engagement strategy. And of course that revised strategy was needed when the heights came down on the site and the tender process in 2020 failed to achieve a viable offer. So it's very pleasing to see that the revisions that were made now put us in a stronger position to be able to deliver an outcome. We can deliver community facilities on this site that are very much needed and well beyond 2036. I would suggest that they'll be used. It's certainly the case that our population has grown significantly since the days when the Linfield Library was built. And now we know that we need improved and larger facilities to meet the existing population, let alone any future growth that we have. And of course, Council has the advice of the State Library of New South Wales on what our area should be in terms of delivering community facilities like public libraries. So it's very exciting to think that this will bring a much needed resource for Ku-ring-gai. Of course, the facility itself has an opportunity to provide many community facilities for many needs across all ages in Ku-ring-gai. I'm very grateful to the Council for supporting my proposal to bring the heights down to 9 stories, and that was something that I took as a position to be consistent with the heights already existing in Ku-ring-gai. Certainly we would have had a smoother path with the heights remaining as recommended in terms of the financial perspectives, but our community strongly said they weren't prepared to accept community facilities at the cost of having that height of 10, 12, 14 stories in Linfield. And so this council listened, they brought it down to the existing heights, revised the market strategy, and hopefully we will be able to conclude a successful negotiation in the months ahead. I commend the planning proposal to you.
Next speaker is Councillor Chateau.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, just a couple of questions. So that 37 metres represents 9 stories, is that correct?
That will be Director, Faber or Director Watson? Sorry? Mr. Warris.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Councillors. The 37 metres, following a review of submissions and consideration, we believe that is actually probably about 3 metres too high. So one of the recommended amendments to the planning proposal before we resubmitted is to redo the height map to ensure that no building will be greater than 9 stories, and also include an additional local provision within the planning proposal to ensure that no part of the site will be over the RL of 127, which is the same height as the building over on the other side of the railway line.
But, I'm sorry, what page did I find that on? Oh, is that on page 290, is it? So, what, could you direct me to the correct clause,
At the
please?
top of page 290,
Yes.
there are 7
Amend the height of building map.
points. The first 2 relate to the height of buildings.
Include a maximum RL of 127.45. Chosen. So So this is 9 stories.
That's correct.
Right. Thank you. Now the second thing is, with all the towers that are proposed for residential accommodation on this site, how many dwellings would that yield? Do we have that?
The concept design in the urban design report has approximately 153 dwellings, but ultimately the number of dwellings will depend on final design and obviously market testing as well. Yeah, and that will come through the DA, which will give you the exact number of dwellings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just some very quick words. I'm really excited to see this happening. After 9 years and $9 million, we are finally delivering. I do remember in 2018, I was one of the 6 councillors that propounded the motion to have the Linfield Village Hub built, and I believe it was together with the Marion Street Theatre and as well as the St. Ives Basketball Stadium. Second thing that I'm really happy about is that the original proposal for 14 stories were brought down to 9 after residents rejected the proposal. I therefore put this motion. Sorry, there is a closing actually before I put it to a vote. Councillor Kelly.
I'm not.
Thank you.
Oh, the button.
Right. So I'll put this motion, which is the officer's recommendation, to a vote. All those in favour? It is unanimous. Thank you. And I believe that's right. We are now at GB 29, which is the draft planning agreement Mayoral Club, part 62 to 66, Pacific Highway and Larkin Lane. Could I have a mover and seconder, please? Sorry. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. The 2 councillors are leaving the chamber because of the declaration of conflict. Thank you. It is now safe to debate this. So GB 29, may I have a mover and, Councillor Kelly?
I move the officer's recommendation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And can we have a seconder? Yes, Councillor Kay. Now, would you like to speak to that, Councillor Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I would. I prepared these notes some time ago when this matter was coming up before council a while ago. There's 2 elements to this proposal, and one is the club and the other is the VPA, which is the voluntary planning agreement. Basically, the VPA is to compensate the council for sale of the strip of council land by dedicating back rights of way over the land. It also includes an agreement for the sale and purchase of the land. Regrettably, the developer has made the fundamental mistake of proceeding with its DA and planning agreement before lodging the new VPA. As the report indicates, the logical process would have been gazettal of the planning agreement, amending the LEP and DCP to increase the height and floor FSR, or floor space ratio, lodgement of a new DA to take advantage of these increases, and perhaps simultaneously lodgement of the VPA containing a proposal to purchase the land and dedicate back the rights of way. The failure of the developer to follow that process has cost the council very substantial time and money, since at least the DA was first lodged on the 12th of April 2018. The major objection to the VPA is that the developer has not lodged a new DA which takes advantage of these increases and includes, as a necessary component in the public interest, an increased number of car parking spaces by utilising the underground capacity available under the land. By land, I mean the land that's subject to the VPA. So, accepting the VPA for public exhibition is premature until the new DA has been lodged and considered in conjunction with the VPA. Additionally, it's premature to accept the VPA for public exhibition until the following have been attended to: a decision as to whether the necessary plan of subdivision should be managed by the developer as at present, or the council, which is the preferred option but may be subject to cost; drafting inconsistencies in the VPA which need to be considered by council's lawyers; a new valuation being required for the land; the latest put and call option, deed, to affect the sale of the land not being included as part of the VPA; overcoming the planter box obstruction and the tank obstruction in the underground space, which should be properly utilised for additional much-needed car parking. Fundamentally, the officers believe that the VPA is not ready for public exhibition until all of the steps outlined above have been attended to. Furthermore, it's the fault of the developer the VPA is not ready for public exhibition because the developer did not proceed in a proper, orderly and logical fashion as outlined above. Logically and in the public interest, all new documents should go on public exhibition at the same time so that the public is properly informed of all new proposals which take advantage of the increased height and floor space provisions together with the increased car parking. These documents will include the new DA and the new VPA. And in summary, Mr. Mayor, at the moment it's a dog's breakfast. It's not ready for the council to consider, and accordingly I support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Kay, would you like to speak to that?
I'll reserve my right at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to surprisingly speak against this recommendation. Now, just to give a bit of history...
I'm not surprised.
Oh, not surprised, okay. But just to give a bit of history, just 5 months ago, June 2018, we voted on the planning proposal for this site. And for the resolution for the planning proposal, Mayor Councillor Anderson, Councillors Clark, Greenfield, Kay, Kelly, Pettet, Spencer. And against resolution, Councillor Nye. So why was I against the planning proposal way back? Well, it was partly linked to my concerns for the future of the Roseville Town Centre. Now, as many of us know, it's quite difficult to park in the Roseville Town Centre. We've got about 40 spaces in Larkin Lane, and then we can park, there's about 60 spaces on Pacific Highway, then we're a bit sneaky and we park at O'Brien as well. But sometimes, and I go to this club maybe 4 to 6 times a year, I even have to park on the other side of Roseville Station just to access it. And, you know, there was a whole bunch of issues with planning proposals, 11 versus 19 parking spaces, all that sort of stuff. And it was, in my opinion, in the club's best interest to maximise the use of basement 3 to have 19 parking spaces so that in the future, when there is more traffic along Pacific Highway, in the future, when there are extended clearways throughout Roseville and Linfield, just as there has been north of Ryde Road, and there may be further road widening, who knows, but I think it is in the club's best interest in the future to consider having more parking capacity within their designs. And it is very unfortunate that in the designs that were approved, there's only 11 parking spaces for visitors, because in the future, people would rather go to potentially the Roseville Golf Club or the Ku-ring-gai or Pinball Golf rather than the Roseville Club, because it's very hard, especially with extended clearways, to park at the Roseville Centre. Now, that in summary is a very small part of the councillor's report, which I nearly wholeheartedly support in this November paper. However, the reason why I am voting, also, I was thinking if GB 25 had proceeded as per the staff recommendation, there would also be point 1 of the approval letter, which sort of gives it some sway. But ultimately, the reason why I'm going to vote against the officer's recommendation on GB 29 is that I believe that we as council, sometimes we don't get what exactly we want. Sometimes things aren't similar to the planning proposal for Linfield Village Hub site. Sometimes we don't get exactly what we want. But pragmatically, just to get things done, we may have to accept something that's not 100% perfect, knowing that sometimes we won't achieve perfection. When it comes to this, I believe that we as a council, we as a government have a responsibility to give some degree of certainty to residents, to businesses, to all sorts of people out there who, based on our rules, based on the messages that we convey, based on their perceptions of what's going on, we have a responsibility to give them some certainty so they can continue making their plans, continue, making life choices, or continue with investment, continue building their business, whatever it may be. And in the case here of the Roseville Club, I mean, I did not support the planning proposal 5 months ago. I was the only councillor to reject it. However, now that we've sort of, I don't know the analogy, I'm not good at analogies, but now that we've led them all the way here to then say, look, sorry, no, we're not going to do it. It is really frustrating for a whole bunch of residents, for the Roseville Club members. It's frustrating for everyone. Look, I'm not a fan of the exact DA that got approved by the Land and Environment Court. I'm not a fan of everything that's here. I do like that the sale price got increased, but yeah, even though I don't like it, I believe that as a government, in the interests of residents and businesses and non-profit organisations, in the interest of providing certainty, we need to proceed with this. Thank you.
Sorry, next speaker is Councillor Kelly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to Director Watson. Director Watson, would you give an opinion, please, on whether this is an issue of the council rejecting the concept of the development of the Roseville Club, or merely a case of saying the procedure is not correct and it needs to be perhaps corrected so that the development can go ahead? It's not necessarily a rejection of the development per se. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. It's a very complex matter, but I'm sure most of you have picked that up. That's quite obvious by some of the words said tonight. It's fair to say, unfortunately, that my staff have given consistent and reliable planning advice on this matter for nearly 5 years. And for the better part of 5 years, that advice has been ignored. Unfortunately, it also strikes me that communication between the applicant and the club may have been suboptimal at the least. So I suspect the club doesn't always know what's going on. To give you an example, and to answer your first question first, the current VPA relates to an approved DA, but the approved DA and the current VPA don't relate to the planning proposal, which Councillor and I voted against a couple of months ago. We had always advised the proponent that they should deal with the planning proposal first, and then lodge a DA and a VPA that related to whatever the planning controls were. Now, unfortunately, that hasn't happened. And to give you an example, and it's an extreme, the very first thing I said to the applicant in the very first meeting I had with them was, your development application needs to include subdivision of that strip of land so that we actually have something to sell. Now, that piece of advice was never picked up. So when people from the members of the club write to council and say, just sell on the strip of land, there is no strip of land. The convoluted mechanism in the current VPA requires council to trust them enough to give them title to the whole of the park, have them resolve the issues, and dedicate the bulk of the park back to us. Now, I'm not going to ever recommend that council turn over the title to the whole of the park so that somebody else can cut off the strip and give us the rest of the park back later. That is never going to happen. And the safety valve in the event that the developer was unable to deliver was that we would have to compulsory acquire the park back. Now, if my very first piece of advice about including the subdivision in the development application for the club was taken up, that problem wouldn't have arisen. And we know it works because it's exactly what we did down here at the new road between Jumerick Street and Moree Street. There was a strip of land there. The VPA was for, disposal. It's also relevant that the VPA has to be for a proper planning purpose. And a couple of tanks under the ground, we don't think, the planning staff don't think, is a proper planning purpose. The VPA is primarily not about the sale of floor space. One thing that our lawyers said to us some time ago now, and when it's something we conveyed to the proponent, was that this VPA has boiled down to the point where it is simply the sale of floor space, and that is not the purpose of a voluntary planning agreement, and it is not a proper planning purpose. The money's nice. The money was revisited or revised, but the VPA shouldn't just be about money. It should be about a proper planning purpose, and the current DA doesn't reflect a proper planning purpose occurring on land that would be subject to transfer. I hope that wasn't too long, Councillor Kelly.
No, thank you, Director Anderson. I think it's good for everyone in this room to hear a logical explanation. I thought mine was pretty good, but I'll defer to yours. Is it fair to say that, and I just want to revisit a point that I touched on and you touched on as well, just for clarification, is it fair to say that at the moment there is no documented commitment by anyone to return the land that was subject to the VPA back to the council? And the reason I ask that question is this comment's been thrown around quite a bit of late, where people who support the development have said, oh, but we're going to give this land the $735,000 or therefore, thereabouts I should say, of money the council will get, and then we'll give the land back. But to my understanding, and I hope you'll clarify this, there's nowhere is that committed to an agreement or in any way a contract of any sort that we can hold the buyer of the land to that commitment, given that it's only verbal.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as alluded to in the report, the documentation that we have at the present time isn't a full and complete set of documentation, no. It certainly would have been the intention that happened, but as I said, the remedy in the event that the development goes wrong as the VPA is currently constructed puts a lot of onus on council to go through a very convoluted process to seek a remedy which could have been solved much easier had the subdivision been included in the development application several years ago.
Thank you, Director Watson. That's great, and I hope Councillor Nye has changed his mind.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with that statement by Councillor Kelly there, because it's quite amazing to me that Councillor Nye, who wants to uphold apparently good governance, would suggest that council vote against this recommendation from the staff on the lines of you don't always get what you want or something. We're talking here about a proper planning purpose for sale of land. We're talking about good governance here, about following due process. We're not talking about council just deciding to set a new precedent that we will just sell floor space to help a private development. I think that most people here would feel great sympathy for the club finding themselves in this position, and maybe it is, as the director has said, a miscommunication. I don't think it's as Councillor Nye has said, that we, the council, have led them along. that does not mesh with what the director has stated, that their advice has been to the club for 5 years. I am sympathetic to the issue that was raised that, well, they just haven't submitted a DA under the new approved LEP amendments and gazetted. Could I just check with the director when that actually happened and the associated DCP amendments?
Director Watson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't know the exact date, but it's only been in the last couple of months.
Thank you. So I do just want to point out that that has only been in the last couple of months, and it's certainly not feasible that a proposal of this nature would be able to be delivered in a few months. So it's perfectly understandable that they haven't lodged a DA under those new gazetted LEP amendments. But I'm sure that if the club and its agents take the time to seriously sit down with the staff and look at the implications and the opportunities for them under the new amendments, that it's certainly achievable to get a good outcome with a DA, better design, more parking spaces, and we can review the rest of the application in due course, and hopefully again this will be a wonderful community facility as it has stood for so many decades already.
Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Nye. Questions, I believe. Is that right?
I would like to move an amendment or alternate motion, whatever you would like to call it. And that alternate motion...
It's an amendment.
That amendment is that council reaches out to the owners of the Memorial Club, advising them of council's concerns regarding the voluntary planning agreement, and constructively propose a way forward.
Point of order. Sorry. I don't believe this motion actually addresses whether we are for or pro to VPA.
Sorry, can you...
Oh, of course, apologies. Talking with Mars is very confusing. I believe, Councillor, you might want to be more clear with your motion on... This motion actually doesn't state whether we are supporting or rejecting the VPA. And I feel we need to be really clear with that. You're just saying we're going to talk with them, but that's not approving or rejecting.
Okay, if you want to be clear, then I thought it's clear enough as it is.
Look, I believe, Councillor, as long as it is lawful, can move the amendment and then we can debate on it.
Okay, let's amend it then. Advising them of council's concerns and intent to reject the voluntary planning agreement and constructively propose a way forward. Is that strong enough, Councillor Clark, or clear enough?
Oh, thank you, Councillor Knight. It certainly addresses that it's taking a position on the VPA, which was my concern.
Okay, cool. So
we need a seconder.
Looking for a seconder for this. Or am I alone, which is not unusual? Okay, no seconders. Okay, let's go with it.
That has lapsed. That's right, that's lapsed. So we're back to the motion. Councillor Clark is next. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak in favour of Councillor Kelly's motion. I think that might be the first time I said that one on council. Oh, that's exciting, isn't it? I actually think it's completely ridiculous, the idea that we would hand over the deed of a park to and just hope it's given back. You know, one of the constant concerns that councillors get from residents is we don't have enough green space, which is always a kind of weird position given the huge amount of money Ku-ring-gai spends on green space acquisition and the amount of parks we have. However, it is a constant concern that residents have. I'd be quite concerned that any councillor would support a position whereby we would be giving away one of our parks and just hoping it's given back to us. That seems like a weird position. So I think on that point alone, we should be rejecting this VPA. So yeah, I agree with Councillor Kelly in terms of the order of things has been confusing. I feel that Councillor Nye was getting at we should be working with the club constructively to form a new VPA in his amendment that didn't meet a seconder. And I would hope that staff would still be working with the club and still be working with the other parties and stakeholders to come to a position that everyone's comfortable with. And I would imagine that whether or not Councillor Nye's motion got ahead, which it didn't, that staff still would work with them to find a position that works. So, yep, I agree with you, Councillor Kelly, that in its current form, it's not working. It needs back to drawing board. So, yeah, I hope no councillor votes to give away one of our parks. So, thank you.
I hope that was therapeutic for you. Speaking in favour of Councillor Kelly. Our next speaker is Councillor Pettit.
Oh, Councillor Clark, I mean, we might have to get you, some Valium or something, because this is very rare, and I hope you don't have some adverse reactions. And it is your last meeting, so I'm just all in jest. We seem to have spent an exorbitant amount of years on this particular project, and they can't seem to get their act together the other side. Everybody wants to see the club flourish and be a viable facility going forward, but guys, get your act together from their perspective. Council has made it pretty clear, and we've got some really good council officers saying, this is what you need to do. Listen to the advice. I mean, if anybody's here from the Roseville Club, please take the advice that you've been given over many years. I don't think council can encourage them anymore. I mean, we don't want to be here in another 5 years' time going through the same nonsense because they won't do the right thing. Obviously, handing over the park and hoping that it comes back to you is just ludicrous, absolutely ludicrous. So hopefully in the next term, the club will have got their act together and let's get the project up and running, but do it the right way. It's as simple as that. The club with the developer, do it in the right sequence of events. Simple as that.
Thank you. Any more speakers, questions? If not, I shall put, Councillor Kelly to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And I'm not letting you go so easily.
No, it's been good that we've had the opportunity to voice some differences and whatever. Taking up Councillor Pettit's point, I think the club is really keen to do the right thing. I'm not sure that the developer has followed the recommendations of the council staff. And as Councillor Pettit said, had they done that, we might be further down the path, the garden path that we were being led up, that's the thing, than we are today. And I'm really grateful for Director Watson's explanation of the circumstances, which was very helpful, I'm sure, not only to us, but also to club officials and the developer, who's no doubt watching this with bated breath to see if Councillor Clark would agree with my notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I shall now put Councillor Kelly's motion to a vote. All those in favour? It is unanimous. Thank you. Now that, we have two councillors to come back. So that concludes Book 2. NM2, I think. NM2. I'll just double check. Yeah, correct. All right. Welcome back. Councillors, are we ready to go? We are now back to Book 1. We have concluded Book 2, and we are looking at NM2, basketball, netball facilities in Roseville, Linfield, and Killara. This is a notice of motion from Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move the notice of motion as printed.
We need a seconder.
I will second.
Councillor Kay. Councillor Nye, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, basketball and netball facilities, it's been a constant point of discussion over the years. I'll start with basketball. At the moment, in Roseville, Linfield and Killara, we have 2 hoops at Allensmore Oval in Killara, 1 hoop in Queen Elizabeth and 2 at Roseville Park. They're sort of hoops, not quite standard basketball courts, but standard size, but they're hoops nonetheless. And our residents love it. Now, I've recently gone to the Glade in Wahroonga, and there's at least 5 hoops there, and you have people from, young people from a kilometre or 2 walking there with their basketballs, socialising, hanging out, playing games, having fun, staying healthy, both physically and mentally. But we don't have that sort of opportunity here in the southern part of Ku-ring-gai. To have 2 at Allensmore, 2 at Roseville Park, which I note, by the way, I think one of them was recently introduced by Councillor Anderson, so that's good, and 1 in Queen Elizabeth. 5 hoops isn't quite enough, and I've had many residents say, look, we want more hoops, what can we do about it? So then we look at all of our facilities, especially quick wins, like are there tennis courts that we could potentially dual purpose or multi-purpose so that we can provide for the needs of our residents? Maybe there are. Maybe we could do it at, say, Linfield Library. Maybe we could do it at, say, Tryon Road. Maybe there are other options. This notice of motion doesn't specifically call out where those quick wins are. It leaves it up to council staff to consider, investigate and report back in April. But I do believe that it is feasible at a relatively low cost to increase the number of hoops that we have from the current 5 to 12 within a year. Now, as for netball, in a sense, netball training has been a bit difficult over the years. I was told by the Vice President of K&A about 4 years ago that, look, Linfield and East Linfield, they've got sufficient capacity for training and this and that, don't worry. That was 4 years ago. Under COVID, things were a bit difficult because, you can't train at all. But since then, there's been a bit of growth in the clubs, and one issue that they've particularly experienced in terms of training facilities is that at Tryon Road, although there's 2 tennis courts there and it's been designed for multi-purpose so that you could also have netball training, the lights are there, it's in a place that doesn't cause much disruption to residents, etc. Despite all the facilities being there available for them to use, one problem is that the netball courts are configured perpendicularly to the tennis courts. And what happens is that if someone were to book a tennis court, then all of a sudden they can't use either of the netball courts because of the perpendicular configuration. So in a situation where you've got nearly 50 tennis courts throughout these 3 suburbs, most of which are council owned, some of which are privately owned, and then we say to our netballers, females participating in sport and some males as well, we say to them, sorry, we can't provide to you the facilities that you need, as limited as they are, the very limited number of netball training courts out there, whereas look, the tennis players, they've got over 50 courts in the area, and they could have booked somewhere else. Well, it's a big tragedy, I think. I do believe ultimately as a council we do seek to provide for the sporting needs for all of our residents. There are opportunities to provide for more basketball hoops in the area. There are opportunities to ensure that the very limited number of netball training courts out there can be used by netballers when they need to train. And we've got more than enough tennis courts, in a sense, across all 3 suburbs to go, well, like maybe we can't give you Tryon Road at the moment, but have you considered one of the many other courts throughout our network? So I would encourage all councillors to support this motion. It's supportive of our youth, it's supportive of our people, it supports their mental health, it supports their physical development, it supports women participation in sport. Thank you.
Councillor Kay, as a seconder, please.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I think Councillor Nye's been very thorough here, and I commend Councillor Nye. It is very ward-centric, but he has listened to his residents and looked at facilities that are available. So I don't have too much to say on it other than I think that this is an opportunity here to investigate facilities and have a look at more sporting options for women, recreation, mental health, all the things that Councillor Nye said, and maybe moving forward this is something we could look at as a plan for other wards. That's it.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some questions first through the General Manager to the relevant Director. It's my understanding that Council staff look at these issues and have a strategy to explore existing users, potential new users, equity across Ku-ring-gai and within wards. I was just wondering, and I understand we have a strategic recreation planner who's charged with doing a lot of this work. So I was just wondering if I could ask the staff to illuminate the council on what is happening with regards to these sort of issues.
I believe it is Director Bevan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I can explain probably the process that we go through for the courts, and then Director Watson will talk about the strategic sports planner. Each year we call for expressions of interest for permanent hirers of the tennis courts, and I understand in January that's a different department, we call for expressions of interest from the sports clubs, and that's what we have already done with the tennis courts, and that's what we will be doing for the sporting clubs. The usage at the Tryon Road tennis courts is about 52% permanent hirers of tennis users, and that has increased over the period of the COVID time as well. What we would normally do would be we'd get the expressions of interest from the permanent hires for tennis. We'd then look at the netball users, and we'd try and work a solution with both those users. I think it's important that we consult with all the user groups and we try and find a solution, which is what we would be doing.
Thank you. Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. As Director Bevan alluded to, one of the tasks we have set up for next year is a review of the sporting Ku-ring-gai strategy. It's been made clear to all the organised sports that council will never be able to meet all of their needs. But in this case, you're simply playing off one user group, one known user group against another user group, without necessarily engaging with unknown user groups that might be out there, particularly in the unorganised sport arena. So the big thing we've noticed generally, and this isn't specific to basketball, netball or tennis, is that there are lots of new and emerging sports that have no place at the table at all. So we would certainly like to see all of the sporting users' requirements put into that strategy context, so the council can make long-term funding decisions about all of the sporting users. Going back to an earlier item on this agenda was the MOU with the Department of Education. And without knowing this notice of motion was coming forward, the first question I asked them was which of your school sites have got basketball courts? So there's a whole issue or potential supply matter that can be unpacked with education about access to their school sites across Ku-ring-gai, because they have lots of basketball courts. The thing about basketball, and a few of the speakers have alluded to it already, is that particularly in basketball as opposed to netball, is that it's more impromptu. It's not organised necessarily. You don't go there for training. A couple of people grab a ball, go down the park and shoot a couple of hoops. And that's not something there's a lot of capacity for. But traditionally it's those type user groups that aren't necessarily reflected fully when the clubs come to, you know, sports forums and things like that. They're talking about the top end of town, the competition, the association users. It's really about engaging them, but also the casual users and the people who just want to go and shoot a couple of hoops. But there's other sports, you know, with our changing demography in Ku-ring-gai and in Australia, there's sports being played now that I can't pronounce, let alone, you know, they certainly weren't reflected in a sports strategy 12 years ago. You know, lots of ball games in particular coming out of Southeast Asia. Lots of things that we just traditionally haven't catered for, accommodated, or even, like I said, pronounced. So that's why we want to take a cautious approach and go back and look at all of the user demands for sports across the LGA. We certainly acknowledge there's a need for more netball courts. We acknowledge there's a need for more basketball courts, particularly at that casual sort of level. But I'd be reticent to go and carve up particular sites without considering all of the users and all of the sports together in the one place. But certainly we understand the sentiment. There's no doubt about that at all. It's just a question of how it's managed.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I might just have a question before I speak on this. If I could seek clarity from Councillor Nye, in Part A of your notice of motion, when you say that council staff should exercise discretion in offering an alternate location, who's that to? Who are they supposed to be offering what to?
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. So the intent of this is, if for some reason there's one or two tennis courts at Tron Road which have been booked up, preventing the netballers from using facilities, then council staff should exercise discretion to those tennis hirers and say, look, we've got alternate locations throughout our network. Can we give you one of these instead so that the netballers can also train? Is that clear enough? So the discretion is offered, well, by council staff and to the tennis hirers.
So in other words, that the staff would tell the tennis hirers that they have to go and find somewhere else?
I wouldn't phrase it that way. I would say that the council staff would work constructively with the tennis hirers to look for alternate locations, so that for the purpose of equity and so for the purpose of sport players across all codes, that all their needs can be met without one denying the other.
A question to the staff. Would there be alternate locations available?
Director Bevan.
Mr Mayor and councillors, it would be very difficult to find alternate locations. I understand that one of the staff did talk with Councillor Nye and explained that it is really difficult. Right now we have about 50% usage of those courts, which means the equivalent of 2.5 days a week. That means we would have to locate 2.5 days worth of tennis to other courts, which is virtually impossible to do. Like I said earlier, we could probably find a solution working with both these groups and consulting with them, as opposed to just I'm not sure logistically how this would work. Are we to tell the tennis players right now they can't play until we find out in January if netball actually wants to use the courts? Or I'm not sure exactly how it would work, because we don't know even if netball wants to use these courts yet. They haven't expressed an interest. I'm not sure if anyone knows they do want to use them, but they haven't expressed an interest to us yet, and they won't be doing that until January.
Thank you, Director Bevan. It does concern me that this motion is trying to perhaps direct staff in the exercise of their operational duties, which fall under their authority under the Act. I think the staff have very well explained the processes that they go through and will be going through. Of course, this isn't new, but we have every year an engagement with sports users to look at the bookings that they might have, the venues that they might want to have, and offer some equitable solutions across Ku-ring-gai as much as can be offered and shared. And as Director Watson has said, there's new groups coming to the fore, and they can't be disregarded either. I think all councillors want to provide as much as they possibly can for our community for a myriad of sports. We have finite resources, and I'm afraid to say this sort of planning is not best done by a 2-paragraph notice of motion. And in fact, the Office of Local Government tries to express to councillors when they're in training at the beginning of their term that minimising notices of motion is the best way to go, to work with staff and to explore the options in a very considered, thorough, researched way, consulting with existing users and new users, not just pick one or two groups and want to satisfy them and disregard the others that can be existing users of facilities. So I'm supporting the staff in taking a cautious approach, and that's what we have to do when we have finite resources and when we want to achieve equity across the community. I think that I understand the sentiment, but I just don't think this is the way to deliver the best outcomes for all sports users in our community. So I'm afraid I can't support this, and I would move an amendment that staff continue with the processes to engage and consult with existing users and to allocate sports facilities and venues in the equitable approach that they already exhibit. So I would commend that to the council. And
sorry, we need a seconder. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. I would commend that to the council and also want to add that there is flexibility, as Councillor Nye actually pointed out. I did manage to get another hoop, and I want to thank Director Benassif for that, and I want to thank the very young resident who came to me with an email with that suggestion for a location, and the Director was able to assess that spot and install a hoop there. So I think that's a far better approach. Take the suggestions to the staff and let them look at it holistically and thoroughly.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I can concur with Councillor Anderson's position on that matter. I believe sports are very important. I understand where Councillor Nye is coming from on this, that he's looking at trying to solve a solution for both netball and basketball, but I think it's been quite clear here this evening that we've seen that it is a little bit of an ad hoc approach and that there could be some ramifications that aren't good, and it would be better to move forward on a more more strategic, logistical procedure with operational staff. So, I support Councillor Anderson on this.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
I'd like to say a few things, and I have a couple of questions as well. Now, I had the opportunity recently, I can't remember precisely what recently was. It's been a few months. Anyway, I had the opportunity to work with directors Watson and Bonaciff to bring women hockey into Ku-ring-gai High School. And in that process, I discovered, and I'm not sure if it was the same time where Director Watson discovered this as well, that there was a movement in state government to have better use or put state assets to better use. And specifically, they were referring to education's land, schools. So this is what I think Director Watson was alluding to. Firstly, am I right so far?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
It was around that time when they started promoting the use of, better utilization of the land, because it was discovered that they own a vast amount of land throughout New South Wales, and the utility is very low. So with that, I have a question to Director Watson. Would you have any idea as to the lead time when those will be opened up and made available to public, meaning with, I believe, if I'm not wrong, education is also talking about giving the public a separate access, a direct access. So my question is whether you have an idea of the lead time.
Mr. Mayor, the short answer is no, I don't have an idea of the lead time. That MOU that was approved earlier on the agenda allows us to effectively have a conversation with education. They're not interested in opening things directly to the public. They want council to be effectively the tenant, the lessee or the operator. And it's a question of going through and looking at what council's broader needs are, but you're quite right, it's about playing fields, it's about halls, it's about classrooms, and I asked the question specifically about basketball courts, so I imagine it would take some time to unpack all that. It's a process that, depending on the costs that are put onto council, we may or may not be interested in all of the opportunities that are available. So I would say it may be some time. I can't see schools wanting unfettered access by kids to shoot basketball hoops, for example. It may be that access to schools is done better
through the management of council. I realise that too.
Or some of the associations, you know, Yold and David Lane, for example. So we're yet to go through all of that detail, Mr. Mayor.
Could you just... I will not hold a timeline on you, but speculation. Are you looking at a year or maybe 2 years?
I would hope it's not 2 years, Mr. Mayor, but it's certainly not as complex as the St Ives basketball courts. But that gives you some idea of the lead times that we've been talking about with education in the past.
Thank you. And just for completeness, we're not just talking about Ku-ring-gai High School, we're talking about all high schools.
Potentially all high schools. There would be complications where, for example, schools are operating before and after school care. Our access might be more limited in those, and in some school sites they operate vacation care, for example. So again, there may be other preclusions or restrictions on those, but there are some sites that aren't used for either of those things at the moment.
All right. So
it's a needs assessment first.
Thank you. I realise that Councillor Anderson has moved an amendment. I seek your indulgence. I have a question for Director Bevan. which is in relation, I wanted to ask that question, and you put in the amendment. The question is that if, I believe, so if council was tasked, with offering an alternate location, my question would be then, would we be liable if we fail or we can't offer an alternate location? I hope you're all right with that question.
Mr. Mayor and councillors, I think it's more a question of logistics. We have now gone to our regular hires for the tennis courts and asked them what are their requirements for 2022. And those people by tomorrow will have told us what their requirements are. I think this notice of motion is asking us now to don't let those people play in the evenings, let's say from 4 to 7, which is quite a busy time. We have now asked them what their requirements are, and then we'd have to go back and say, sorry, there's a notice of motion now that says that you can't play tennis next year, even though we've asked you when you want to do it. So I don't know if we'd be...
But then you are, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but then you are bound by this notice of motion to find them an alternate location.
And that's what I said earlier, and that's what I understand Councillor Nye has already been told by the staff, that it's virtually impossible to satisfy those. There's just not that many courts with lights that would accommodate those people. And that's assuming they're happy to go somewhere else to play after we've asked them what their requirements are. They've come back and said they want to play at Linfield on, say, Monday and Tuesday nights, and now we have to go back to them and say, well, sorry, you can't. You're going to have to play somewhere else. And I don't know that that would be the right way to treat our tennis players. But an alternative would be that we wait until January, we actually approach the netballers and ask them if they would like to use this space as a shared space, and we try and work with the two groups. And it may be that 2 nights for tennis and 3 nights for netball or something like that, just until we have a proper strategy in place. I'm sure we could find some sort of a solution. That's assuming that netball wants to use this area. I don't know that, well, I haven't been told that they do.
Thank you. Thank you. And the next speaker is Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak against this motion. Now, this amendment. Now, first of all, we've talked a lot about schools, Department of Education, and the preamble of the original October notice of motion talks about Department of Education and collaboration as well. So we have covered that. But now let's explore this concept of equity, because we're all latching onto equity. What is equity? Is it giving different groups of people the equal opportunities, that sort of thing? I'm sure if you asked all 10 councillors and then all the council staff here, we will all have a slightly different definition of equity. However, when I hear that permanent hirers are engaged in October and finalised in November, and their preferences are locked in first, and then we reach out to sporting codes in January, it doesn't sound very equitable to me. When I hear that tennis players, and at most it'll be doubles, so each court would be 4 players, get priority of using very limited council resources over netballers who, there may be at least 10 training on the same sized court. It doesn't sound very equitable to me. When I hear that Linfield Netball Club, currently all they've got is 1 court at Linfield Public School and then a 2nd court on sort of sloped land at Linfield Public School, and they haven't been able to find anything else for the time being. Whereas there's around 50 tennis courts in the same 3 suburbs, most of which are council owned, some of which are, private lawn tennis clubs. It doesn't sound very equitable to me that we've constructed this entire process to favour permanent hirers and to favour sporting codes which have less players per square metres than favouring than in support of women's participation in sport, where there are more people using the court per square metre, and where there the scarcity of resources, the number of courts available is much, much less. This whole concept of permanent hires October to November and then sporting codes in January, it just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't sound equitable. The outcome that we've got as a result doesn't look equitable. You can wave the equity flag all you want, or equitable flag all you want, but the outcome doesn't look right. And yeah, you could talk about OLG guidelines, this and that. We're going to talk about OLG guidelines a whole lot more in the coming weeks, but at the end of the day, as a councillor, I feel as though I've been elected to represent all of the people here, not just in Roseville and Linfield Ward, but all of Ku-ring-gai. And I can see that there are great needs for sport, for different groups, for emerging sports such as basketball, for, and that there are other codes out there, AFL, for example, emerging, and the challenge is, how do we provide for the needs of all these groups? Do we just take this approach of, well, we'll just go with the traditional permanent hires first and then talk to other people? No. I do see that as council, it does help to be a lot more proactive. And what I see here in this amendment is that we're happy with where we are. We're happy with the outcome, the very equitable outcome that we are getting from the current practice. And we're just going to support the status quo. Support the status quo, it's equitable, trust us, it's the best outcome for everyone. I don't agree with that. The results that we see, it doesn't seem equitable to me. To me, it seems like something needs to change, and that is why change needs to happen. I just can't support this amendment. It's clear that the current processes aren't working. It's clear that we need to consider a different approach. It's clear to me that different sporting codes, different groups, that they're not getting equitable access to very scarce resources throughout the LGA. And it would be a good starting point to consider things in pockets. And overall, if we had more time, yes, consider the wider strategy as well. But let's just get things done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kay.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I've got a question for Councillor Anderson. Would you be willing to incorporate maybe a report of some sorts to come back to council for an update within a timeline, so we know that this has been addressed and looked at, to maybe ease the Councillor Nye's concerns?
Absolutely, and I always find our staff more than willing to give updates and reports back to the council, so I'm perfectly happy with that.
Would you be willing to change that in your amendment so we could maybe put a time frame of 6 months or whatever?
Well, perhaps the staff can advise on the process that they're following and the length of time that they're going to undertake to deal with these booking issues.
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think our process would be outside 6 months, but I'll take the offer of 6 months for a report back.
Could we incorporate those words there, please? Thank you. Thank you. Full stop. Thank you. All right. Next speaker is Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour of Councillor Anderson's motion. And really to do that, you need to address some of the fundamental issues with what was originally put forward by Councillor Nye. The issue with what was put forward originally is that you're not taking a holistic approach. We need to take an approach where we consult with all sporting groups. And that's what staff currently do. We currently talk to all sporting groups and needs. You talk about equity, about how purely the number of individuals using the location, netball being more important because it has more players. So we should be favouring netball. But you fail to consider other users. You fail to consider other sports. This motion only considers netball, it only considers basketball, and it spites the tennis players, but it also spites every other player who might want to use those locations. And as brought up by the staff, the motion as worded by Councillor Knight doesn't work. Where it says that we should be, council staff should be exercising discretion, offering an alternate location. Believe what council staff were more or less going, I don't want to put words in your mouth, was that location doesn't exist. So we're going to be saying, oh, well, you can't be here. Go to somewhere else. We're going to help you find somewhere. That location doesn't exist. So that fundamentally doesn't work. So I think what Councillor Anderson is putting forward is a much more holistic, reasonable, consultative approach. And I think it's good that we have a report back how this process is working in the interest of fairness and openness for all councillors. So I think that to consider that we're just going to favour a sport just because it has the most amount of players is a weird position. But if that's the position the council is going to take, then we should consider all sports, not just the 3 sports that we've discussed here today. And of course, that would be brought forward in a consultative report with the community. What sports might want to use these locations, what kind of demand there is. Does netball even want to use these locations? There's some weird Southeast Asian, ball sport want to use these locations. I don't know. But all of this will be brought forward. So I think it's really important to support sport within our LGA. I think it's also important to realise that we'll never be able to fully provide for all sports within Ku-ring-gai. Just the fundamental reality, we will never be able to meet the demand of all sports as population increases. But we need to work holistically, we need to work consultatively to make sure that our facilities have broad spectrum use. And I don't think we should be picking winners and losers in a single notice of motion 3 weeks out from the next term of council. So yes, I'm much more comfortable with Councillor Anderson and Councillor Smith's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson, questions?
Yes, questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I would like to ask a question of the staff in relation to the assertions that Councillor and I made about that we're going to just have the status quo. We're absolutely happy where things are. There won't be any changes, and we're not approaching this in any shape or form with a goal of an equitable outcome, that we favour certain things and give priorities to particular people. I was just wondering if staff could make comment on those
That would be
issues.
Director Watson. Thank you. Does Director Bevan want to say a few words?
Mr. Mayor and Councillors, I'll answer first, then Director Bonasip has something to say as well. Just in response to Councillor Nye, it's not the status quo. We have to, there's a matter of logistics here. The booking staff for the tennis courts have to go to the users at this time of the year. Similarly, we can't ask the netball players when they need the courts at this time because they don't know who's going to be playing. They put their registrations out at the end of the year, and it's not until January do they actually know how many people they have playing in their competitions. So it's not done to favour one group over another. If we were to leave it all till January, the hirers of the tennis courts wouldn't have, that they start playing tennis in January, so we've got to do it this way. It's not going to be status quo because, as Director Watson said, we're doing a strategy. There'll be a sporting strategy. So I would suggest that this year we try and find some way through appeasing both sporting groups, and next year we'll have a sporting strategy. But Director Bonasip has something to say as well.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies. I think the confusion comes with regards to the change in seasons. So netball is a winter sport, and the tennis is a calendar. So winter sport would commence around March, April, and the tennis is a calendar sport, so it commences January through to December. And so I think the equitable question as to why things are the way they are, it's the netball require the time now to recruit memberships. Once they have those membership numbers in place, they'll have a better understanding as to their numbers and as to how many courses they require. And when we call for expressions of interest in January, and then we start allocating come February. By that time, the tennis bookings have already been done for the calendar year. So it's unfortunate that it's not a council thing. It's not a council officer decision. It's not this council in particular. I think what you'll find is it's every council's in the same boat, and so it's something that we just can't change because of the seasonal, the sports, the seasons that the calendar years and calendar seasons that these sports fit into.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers, questions? No? Councillor Anderson to sum up? Oh, I'm so sorry. Councillor Nye. I'm so sorry. Sum up.
I'm sure everyone's sick of hearing my voice by now, especially Councillor Petit. So I think I've said everything that needs to be said. We may have our differences, and that's just part of democracy. To me, it still doesn't seem very equitable. Like if we know that there are certain needs, relative availability of resources and all of that, we would plan in anticipation of it, rather than just say, well, that's just the procedure and that's just the timing. It doesn't seem equitable to me. And I'm sure if you ask many residents out there, they may also say that the outcome doesn't appear equitable. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. You all know what I'm thinking. Let's vote on this and see what happens.
Thank you. So all those in favour of Councillor Anderson's amendment? So it will be all except Councillor Nye. Carrot. Thank you. Becomes a motion and we have to vote again. So all except Councillor Nye. It's carried. And now we move to NM3, Linfield Pedestrian Bridge. Motion from Councillor Nye.
Thank you. I'd like to move just point A of what's printed. Point B was meant to be part of something else. So just point A.
Delete point B, please. Need a seconder? Councillor Kay. Councillor Nye, would you like to speak to this motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Now, as many local residents of Linfield know, it is quite a challenge to cross the Pacific Highway outside of Linfield Station. It's 6 lanes of traffic. Sometimes it's four or five, but especially long term, it's going to be 6 lanes of traffic constantly, and the volume of traffic may increase over time. The light changes the frequency is quite... The duration of lights, it's not that great. Like, you have to wait a fair bit if you've missed the most recent light, and it causes residents to take fate into their own hands. Some of them go halfway and sort of do the dodging action. Others, especially the less mobile residents, they will attempt to cross, but they might not get all the way across all 6 lanes before the lights change, because it is a bit of a challenge. Now, for a long time, residents have asked for a pedestrian bridge, and to many residents that makes sense. On an aside, I'm not quite happy with the whole situation of who owns what land and all that kind of stuff. I'm not happy with that, but ultimately there is still a request for a pedestrian bridge so that residents can cross safely at the very busy point of Pacific Highway in Linfield. Now, I know a lot of residents have also given feedback, like emails, hundreds of emails saying, look, we want the pedestrian bridge, it must be part of the planning proposal for Linfield Village Hub. But the thing is, the Linfield Village Hub planning proposal, it only covers council-owned land. And we as council, we don't own any land that is anywhere near, like, on both sides of Pacific Highway, so that we can support a pedestrian bridge as part of the planning proposal for Linfield Village Hub. However, as a council, we have voted in the past to say that a pedestrian bridge is highly desirable, and that, I understand, was May 2018. We also have, I forgot which exact document it is, but we've also in another document spoken about wanting to provide more pedestrian crossing options across the Pacific Highway for people to cross safely. And so when it comes back to Linfield Village Hub and all that kind of stuff, I mean, yes, we have a planning proposal, and it's up to the proponents to propose how they're going to build each building within the envelope of the planning proposal. But I do think it is very helpful, very important for each proponent when they come up with these plans of what their version of the Village Hub could look like, to consider a future pedestrian bridge, which we're not voting on now, which we're not covering right now, but to at least consider through their planning of how their designs for a Village Hub will interface with a potential future pedestrian bridge. Now, we don't know the exact details of specific landing sites and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, look, if you imagine, for example, that in a really crazy world, the design proposed, which a future council accepts, has this massive wall all the way across, well, how do you interface? It's pretty hard, because there's all these residential buildings with no real connect from east to west, that sort of thing. We need to think about those connections, and yes, the planning proposal does at a very high level cover potential connections from the hub site towards the highway, but I think residents will have much more assurance that, other than, because at the moment we've just got a statement saying that a pedestrian bridge is highly desirable from May 2018. I think residents would like to see council take a little bit more action to proactively plan for a future pedestrian bridge. We're not voting on the pedestrian bridge right now. We're not saying we're going to build it and it's with this site and this and that. We're not saying how it can be funded, although a letter from Transport for New South Wales says that advertising revenue can help recover the costs of the pedestrian bridge before it's handed back over to the state. However, it is important for us as council now to plan not just for the immediate next year or 2 or 3 years, not just till 2026, but to plan for this future pedestrian bridge and how we can reasonably interface into the future. Thank you.
Councillor Kay.
Okay, I think we've previously had a lot of discussion about pedestrian bridges. I'm well aware of the community and their desire for a pedestrian bridge. I think we basically, as Councillor Nye has referred to, we need to at least consider the request of the residents. This is about pedestrian safety at the end of the day, so I'm in full support of Councillor Nye's recommendation here. Notice of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I'm going to jump in early this time, and I'm going to speak, if I may. Councillor Nye, I have to apologize in advance, and this is to prove that we don't always vote as a block. I would be speaking against this motion for several reasons, and I will discuss them in turn. So firstly, if this motion was passed, it will be a precondition for the hub project. I do not think that the entire project should be held because of one bridge. So we cannot put well, you can, but I will not support the idea of placing a precondition of having a bridge for the hub to be able to move forward. Now, there are other reasons. Also, if you have such a precondition for the hub, you are excluding proponents that do not have access or to the land where it would provide a reasonable interface, or a proponent who cannot incorporate a pedestrian bridge. So one, they're excluded, and then proponents who do not own land that could land where the bridge would land on will be disadvantaged. And that would limit the number of proponents to very specific few. I will not mention who they are. And I think this is an uneven playing field. Now, further, this is the second point, is that I cannot bind council into borrowing money to build a bridge. So if a bridge is being thrown into the mix, then we are giving the impression that the hub must have a bridge. If not for the bridge, the hub cannot be built, or vice versa. I'm in favor of building the hub, but I'm not in favor of having a precondition, whatever you want to call it, but the bridge should not be attached to the progress of the hub. And therefore, I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you. Next speaker is Councillor Chateau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is dear to my heart in that I have no idea why so many residents want to have a pedestrian bridge across the highway at Linfield. I'm not quite sure who I should address this to, Mr. Mayor, but how many crossings would there be between Roseville and Ku-ring-gai across the highway? That is pedestrian crossing.
I believe it would be Director Bonasiv. Right?
Ballpark figure, perhaps, Director Bonas.
Mr. Mayor,
Unless you've got the exact number.
Really, Mr. Mayor, that's very difficult. I'll have to take that one on notice. There will be a quite significant number of crossings at traffic intersections.
There's one bridge out in Gordon.
Which very few people use, I might add.
I do.
Lots of people walk across the highway. It's just that, I mean, if you were going to put a pedestrian bridge anywhere, I would imagine
it would
be better in Roseville, because cars come up the hill there and you're crossing on the ridge, whereas with Linfield you've actually got quite good sight lines. So I would speak against this. I can see that lots of residents, for some reason, have set their hearts on a bridge across the highway. But I think really, you can't legislate for people who are going to go through red lights and who are going to step out on the road against the lights. This is a matter of education of people, behaving properly on the road and safely. If somebody steps out in front of a car and is hurt, it's regrettable, but you're not going to build a bridge just so that person and people like that are safe. So I'm sorry, I can't support this.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also like to speak against Councillor Nye's motion. So, really, this is a huge step from Council's previous position on a bridge. Council's previous position was, interesting enough, a bridge is highly favourable, which is a position, but at least it gives the developers of Linfield Hub options. This effectively is fundamentally implying that there will be a future bridge. This is the next level step up. And of course, the case for the bridge has yet to be made. There is fundamental issues. I completely disagree with Councillor Nye's position that advertising costs would remotely pay back the cost of a bridge. I think that's a ridiculous position. Whilst I don't think we can go into the exact numbers of how much this bridge may cost, bridges at other sites have cost tens of millions of dollars. And I would imagine that this bridge would similarly be very, very expensive. Furthermore, I don't accept the fact that this bridge would ever actually make a fundamental improvement for safety. I think there's also real logistics questions about how this bridge would work. There's an implication that you would be able to enter from a number of residents have made an implication for a bridge that would enter on a flat gradient from the train station, walk across and enter into the hub. That's not how this bridge would ever be able to work. The site doesn't work like that. So if you were to build a bridge, which this motion is effectively locking us into building a bridge, that's not how this bridge would ever work. This bridge has to go up. So now you've got elderly residents who are the people who this bridge is trying to target. Instead of walking at the level crossing, they now have to go up, across, and then back down. This bridge, and that's the fundamental issue, this motion is locking us into a bridge. And again, all we're doing is favouring, is the information of who owns land confidential or is that public? Sorry, a question.
You don't have to mention it. You can.
But is it confidential? Who owns land along? Yes. Okay. I won't mention it then. But what I would say is that you are severely limiting the options of the developers who could develop the hub.
I'm sorry, it's not confidential.
Oh, it's not confidential. Good. You're limiting it to a single developer then, who can deliver the hub project. Far from being a free and open tender process, council is then saying that only one person can deliver the hub because only one person owns that land. So only one person, in this motion, they must demonstrate how our proposed bridge design will reasonably interface. Only one person can do that if we were to go ahead with this design. Before, at least, we gave developers the option saying, well, look, it's highly favourable, but, you don't have to provide it. Now we're saying you have to. And then the idea that, they don't technically have to, but of course they have to then show how to interface. So we're going to have a third party or council come out and just build a bridge, and somehow that project would ever stack up, financially, for as a third party developer or council to build just the bridge. That doesn't make logistical or financial sense. Why would we do that? So if you were to tie it to the hub, you're limiting to a single developer. And if you're just saying someone else has to build the bridge, that doesn't make financial sense. How would we ever pay for this project? I feel there's fundamental questions for the impacts on the shops that are along the highway if we were to build a bridge. Those shops would lose customers as they're directed away. Right now, those customers would be coming off the train station and going to those shops before they're already impacted by the new hub. A bridge would fundamentally take away from those shops. I just don't accept the fundamental premise that a bridge is realistic. As Councillor Knight pointed out, there is 2 bridges within the LGA. They're at Roseville and at Ku-ring-gai. Both those, and Gordon and Ku-ring-gai. In the Ku-ring-gai case, at least, that's used specifically by a school there. That's a very specific case. In the Linfield site, we don't have that same location. It doesn't have the same logistics. It just doesn't make sense. And so to take this further step to force the developers to include a bridge, which this motion is doing, I don't think we should be going for. So, yep. Oh, have we had 242 against? Then I'd like to move a procedural motion, but I don't believe we have, unfortunately. Oh, have we?
We do, yeah.
Oh, no, I'll hop back. There's a few people who would like to speak, so I wouldn't want to yet.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question through you, and I think we've had this question answered in previous meetings about the bridge. I'd just like to understand, is the Linfield rail pedestrian light area, is that an area that's had a lot of incidents where a lot of pedestrians have been killed, or there's been a lot of pedestrian accidents at that crossing from the Linfield rail station across the highway? So is it a red zone?
I think it is Director Bonasev.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll have to take that on notice. Yeah. I'll refer to Director Watson.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe I answered a question with notice about this several years ago, and my recollection is that there was no accident history. It's not a black spot, no.
Okay, so therefore the bridge isn't trying to avoid the fact that there's a lot of pedestrian accidents, it's just because some residents have asked for that for convenience. Is that correct, Councillor Knight? Oh, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Knight.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Just two things. One, traffic stats do not always capture every incident that happens. Many residents have said, like with other traffic matters, that just because, let's say, in the last 5 years there were 2 incidents, that doesn't mean there were only 2 incidents, for example. In terms of the convenience or not, I do believe that there is an element of convenience in it, but it's also it's an observable safety matter, right? Sometimes you don't need people to get killed before you decide to take action somewhere.
I don't think excuse me, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Knight, I don't think I'm talking about people being killed, I'm talking about incidents that have been recorded. Possibly, would there be an option through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Watson, that we have a look at the timing of the lights and possibly increasing the time for pedestrians to get across or something like that? Councillor Nye seems to think there's a big delay between the lights changing. Oh, sorry, that's not on this, is it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions, if I may, probably to Mr. Douglas, who is here, the Group Lead for Major Projects. I know that, of course, Council resolved to have particular wording included about a potential pedestrian bridge, and that there was a resolution in June 2018 to that effect, and I believe that resolution was then implemented through the tender documents. I was wondering, I'm not quite sure what is confidential and what isn't, whether Mr. Douglas can either tell us what the wording was in the resolution and or in the tender documents, and whether that is still the case in current negotiations.
Hello, is that working? Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Sorry, remove my mask. This question was first raised by Councillor Nye back on the 26th of June 2018 in a resolution, minute 185 of the meeting, where it was resolved that we should request developers to provide potential solutions to delivering a pedestrian bridge as part of the Linfield Village Hub tender process. And that was requested of tenderers at the time. We're still in the post-tender negotiation process, so those requirements are still alive and on foot. Now, obviously, those depending on where the link is and depending on who owns the land, it depends on how you go about making your assumptions. But these assumptions can be theoretical about where the link is, and that's what we were ever asked to ask tenderers and now proponents in the post-tender environment to consider. So there is the opportunity that in any design that the connection through from Woodford Lane through to the Pacific Highway, which necessarily involves a pedestrian connection through those Pacific Highway facing shops firstly, even before you get to any concept of a bridge. It has to be thought about. Now there's a Linfield strategic planning statement that Strategy and Environment prepared, and that has some expectations articulated in it as to how that connection through to the mid-block would actually work in any future redevelopment of land on those shops facing the Pacific Highway. So there's a multitude of options for how a connection could be made, and it could be in any number of positions. So there is the opportunity to consider future plans now that could be in any location, depending on how the development of land on the Pacific Highway evolves over time.
A follow-up question, Mr. Mayor. So you are saying that that resolution from 2018 still stands and is part of the current negotiation processes with the proponents?
Yes.
Yes. If you just stay there a moment, just so I may need to call you back again, but could I just ask Councillor Nye, were you intending that your notice of motion tonight be different to the existing council resolution already in place?
Do I give a yes/no answer or a more substantiation kind of thing? So
You can explain.
I intend that it is a little bit beyond what we currently have resolved in June 2018. And I think it's very important to point out the words will reasonably interface with or, because if you delete all those words, then it has all the implications that people are saying of locking in one proponent, locking in as a precondition, all that kind of stuff. But it's simply not the case. The intention of this is to say that when the proponents provide us with their plans, that it isn't just a wall of residential that prevents interfacing with a future pedestrian bridge that we haven't voted on. The intention is to make sure that there are adequate access paths to future infrastructure which may or may not come as a result of a future council's decision.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Mr. Douglas, do you see a distinction there that needs to come into play contrary to what we've already got in our current negotiation phase?
I think that what we're already doing is what Councillor Nye is asking for, in a way, is what we're already doing.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. I think that's enough for me in terms of questions. Therefore, councillors, I would move that council endorse the decision again that it made in June 2018, and that the staff continue with negotiations consistent with that resolution, consistent with that standing resolution.
So are you moving an amendment?
I am.
We need a seconder. Councillor Pettit. Councillor Pettit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Clark. If you had taken my advice earlier, just reminding you of that fact. Anyway, we still wouldn't be here. Wow, who would have thought the bridge would still be going at this particular point in time? If I was a developer and I saw the original motion, I would be walking away because we have got no certainty. We need certainty. We have had the 2018 resolution and we're still 9 years down the track with this particular project. We're heading into year 10 virtually and probably $10 million. We don't need more uncertainty for this project. Let's stick with what we've got. It's pretty straightforward. Let's finally get somebody on board and make the project happen and not have all this could be, should be, maybe we might like a little bit of this, we might like a bit of a bridge here, have a possible different proponent, let them have a look at, oh my God, no wonder why people find dealing with councils difficult. This is a classic example. We're still mucking around with it by fiddling with a bridge. You know, we know how much usage the bridge will get. 3/5 of Sweet Fanny Adams. It'll look great, and that'll be about it. So councillors, let's just move on with this damn thing. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Anderson, your light's still on. Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to speak against this motion. It's not necessarily a bad motion in itself, but I believe that there is something better. Targeting the frequency of use of a potential bridge. I mean, it's not a good comparison to compare it with Gordon, where it's not a major thoroughfare and connecting two relatively quiet shops. That's not a good comparison. This is a major entrance to one of the biggest train stations here in Ku-ring-gai, crossing the highway. Lots of people cross here. You can see them every day. It's a major thoroughfare. This isn't about locking in any particular proponent. As I said in a previous speech, I absolutely hate the fact that there's a proponent who owns certain land and all that. But I mean, that doesn't mean we're locking in a proponent. We're talking about an interface. We're talking about the design of what's at the village hub so that it may in the future interface with a bridge which a future council may decide on. We're not saying that we must go with one particular proponent. In fact, council quite often compulsorily acquires land from other landowners in order to deliver the infrastructure needs that our residents want and need. Requisition. And that there's nothing stopping a future council from doing compulsory acquisition to get land to build a future bridge. But at the end of the day, if you actually read what was printed in point A, we're talking about this. This is an okay position, but it's not the best outcome that we can deliver for our residents. There is a much better option out there, and for that particular reason, I would not encourage us to just go with what we did 3 years ago. We could do so much more. We could actually spend more time comparing, Gordon and Roseville and Linfield and understanding why demand would be higher in Linfield, or understanding why, with the curvature of the Pacific Highway in Linfield, it would be more dangerous. That there's a whole bunch of things that, as a ward councillor, I understand, and as a Ku-ring-gai councillor looking at other parts, I understand the relative needs. I've very deliberately made another proposal which could make things better without preconditioning us, without binding us, without doing any of that, without locking us into one proponent. There's certainly no intention of that, but to just do this, which is to just support the status quo again of what was raised 3 years ago. I'm the one who moved the wording 3 years ago, but the evidence that I've seen through discussions internally, which I can't go in detail, is I'm not getting that sense of confidence that we're aspiring to the standards that we should be aspiring to and to the kind of infrastructure that our residents deserve. I think something better can be done, and that was the reason why the motion was raised for the October council meeting. Well, no, sorry, it wasn't raised for the October council meeting, it was prepared as an amendment for an October council meeting which never met 4 times. So just going back to this, it's sort of okay, but it could be so much better, and for that I would encourage other councillors to not support this amendment.
Councillor Kay.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant director. Am I able to actually bring up that decision, I suppose, Director Marshall, that was made on the 26th of June 2018?
It's probably... Could you perhaps assist by
just
telling us why?
Yeah, well, just for the sake of clarity, we seem to be in some sort of crossroad here that it's similar, but one, Councillor Nye doesn't seem to think it is, but Councillor Anderson does, and we've been advised from the staff it is. So if that is something I would like to see, if we're able.
Can I just read it out? If I've got it
I'd
here.
prefer to see it on the screen,
Okay.
Sam.
Do you have the month? It might assist. Oh, thank you for that. That's amazing. It's really fast. And Councillor Kay, your question?
Just wanted to be able to bring it up on the screen.
And what have you found?
Well, can you give me a moment to digest
Okay.
what's on the screen? I don't have a question on it, but thank you.
Sorry, is it gone?
Oh, we haven't had to.
I'm sorry. If I may say a few things before I see there's a distinction between the wording there on 5 and the proposed wording, not the amendment but the motion. See, the distinction is that it doesn't bind you. I'm not sure if the others would agree, but this is how I read it. I do remember vaguely supporting that motion, this one here. I was comfortable. Whereas the motion here, not Councillor Anderson's amendment, it's slightly different. It's more specific. It binds council. Sorry, I've already addressed those things. It limits the proponents to possibly just one. It gives the owner of the land an advantage, and it's not a level playing field. Whereas that resolution is different. It says requests developers to provide potential solutions, and so on and so forth. It's very different. Councillor Clark, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to move a procedural motion. The motion be put as we've had 2 for and 2 against.
Thank you. Just to clarify, do we have to? Okay. So this is the motion put by Councillor Clark. It's a procedural motion. It's not the motion itself. All those in favour of having this motion put to a vote? So all except Councillor Nye. It's carried. We shall now put. Oh wait, here's the sum up, right? Sorry, I'm getting quite good at this. Councillor Nye, to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as summing up, I do not introduce any new points. I just summarise what's previously been said. And as previously said, the wording that I've chosen, specifically designed not to bind, specifically designed not to precondition, the option to compulsorily requisition land is completely available. And it's about designing an interface in the existing planning hub for future connectivity to other things that have not yet been determined. I have a software engineering background, and quite often, when we talk about designing things and new programming languages and programs, etc., we design interfaces. Designing an interface does not commit us, or an API does not commit us to engaging with other bits of software, programs, etc. But designing an interface or an API gives us the option to, in the future, potentially interface with other things. And it doesn't bind us to any particular proponent. It's not a precondition, it's not binding. It could be through compulsory acquisition, it could be through other landing sites, but at the end of the day, this is something that many Linfield residents and other residents who use Linfield have asked for. I have not had despite looking at the June 2018 resolution, I have not had the confidence internally from things that I've seen to know that the bridge is being taken seriously, and so that is why this notice of motion was drafted. Originally as a potential amendment for the October council meeting, which did not meet 4 times, but now as a notice of motion by itself here today. So I would encourage all councillors to reject the amendment because things could be better, and I would encourage all councillors to consider how things can be better for our residents without preconditions, without binding, without any of that stuff which have been misrepresented. Just read the words of the motion, think about the specific words used, think about whether certain words could have been deleted to have that effect that others have implied that the motion has. It ultimately is a matter of English comprehension. Thank you.
I shall now put the amendment to a vote. All those in favour of Councillor Anderson's amendment? There will be all except Councillor Nye. Carried. Oh, I'm sorry, it becomes the motion. We have to vote one more time. All those in favour? All except Councillor Nye. Thank you, that's carried. So now, I'm mindful of the time. We have just one more agenda to go before 12 o'clock. Otherwise, we have to move a motion to carry on after 12. If you guys can finish this, chop. NM4, Saving Bates Park. Do we have a mover? Councillor Kelly. And a seconder? Councillor Nye. Councillor Kelly, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Reserve my right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, we've talked about this previously. It is a very small parcel of land. It is technically very challenging to deliver housing on. It is possible, but given the technical complexity, it may be very expensive too, which may impact the sale value as well. Currently, it's the home of all sorts of wildlife and all sorts of flora and fauna, and it just doesn't make sense to me and to a lot of residents out there why council would be interested in selling off a tiny 500 square metre or so site for development. We're talking all the time about wanting to preserve Ku-ring-gai and its very character. We're talking all the time about how we care for trees and wildlife, etc. And then we, like if you look at a similar site, 90 Babbage Road, we had original internal estimates of how much it would sell for. Then we spent all this money to prepare it for sale, and then we didn't get anywhere near what we expected. And my concern is here, well, first of all, we shouldn't be selling it in the first place. But secondly, even if we do sell it, we won't get the returns that we originally hoped. And if you think about it, look, if we're that desperate for money, maybe there are other things that we can assess, that we can do to come up with a difference. I don't believe that we should be selling, parcels of land of such ecological significance. There are other parcels of land which have been proposed for sale in the past in previous council terms, and I haven't intervened with those in this current term by proposing to rescind a previous council's decision. But on this particular matter, which was a previous council term's decision, I have jumped in and said, look, this is not acceptable. There's some other things I've let slide, but this one, it just has to stop here. We can't, to give this up would be to give up the essence of, who we are as Ku-ring-gai, in my opinion. And I know that there have been stats out there saying, oh, but we as Ku-ring-gai, we've used developer contributions to buy all this other land, and that's all true. Our open space acquisition strategy is great. But in this particular context, such a small parcel of land, such great diversity of wildlife, such a low sale price potentially, I just don't think it is worth the trade-off, and I believe that other residents, if they come across all the details, will not believe that it's worth the trade-off either. I'd also like to point that a few months ago when this was first raised, we decided to come across with, to get some studies on, to confirm a few facts and all of that. But ultimately, I don't think residents expect us to have to come up with these studies to know whether or not this parcel of land should be sold. If you just go there yourself, have a look, I think residents can make up their own mind. So I would encourage councillors to support this motion as printed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to start off with a few questions, if I may.
It's 11:25.
Sorry, carry on.
I'll try my best. So Council and I brought up that the site is of ecological significance. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the relevant officer, is this site of particular ecological significance in comparison to any other site or Echo Point Park next to it?
Director Watson?
No.
Well,
there you go. Try another
that's
one.
fairly blunt, isn't it? Okay. I'd like to know my next question in terms of the long-term financial plan of council. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, what is council's, the impacts that the requirements for sale of land for our long-term financial plan? How we imagine is what are some of our current financial issues that we're facing within Ku-ring-gai?
Director Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The long-term financial plan has approximately $120 million requirement for asset sales to fund projects, and those projects include the council's infrastructure backlog, a variety of Section 94 co-contribution projects, Marion Street Theatre, the St Ives Indoor Court Facility, and the Linfield Village Hub. And of those asset sales, councillors would be aware the prospects are not great. You've probably got prospects for maybe half of that amount. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a long one.
Thank you. Apologies. I suppose another question through you, Mr. Mayor, potentially through to Director Watson. In terms of for asset sales, as brought up by Director Marshall, we've talked about in the past the idea of low-hanging fruit, things that might be easy to sell. Would you, Director Watson, potentially consider this to be one of the easier assets that we could potentially sell? Or are there other potential low-hanging fruit and other assets where we could be making impacts on our $120 million requirements in our long-term financial plan? Through you.
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this would have to sit in the low-hanging fruit basket simply because it's a site that's already been reclassified. It was identified almost 8 or 9 years ago for disposal. We're just going through that process.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, apologies. I do have a few. All right. I noticed in this motion that it says it will be reclassifying from operational back to community land. Is it as simple as that we can just do that with a motion, or does it have to go through public exhibition, or is that just a process that we can just do through you, Mr. Mayor?
It'd be Director Watson again.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that was covered in a memo that's under today's Greens, I believe. It was circulated some time ago. The answer is no. There has to be 28 days notification, which at this time of year we wouldn't do in the lead up to or over Christmas. We wouldn't do that till next year, and then it's got to come back to the new council for a final decision. So no, you can't do it by resolution tonight.
I suppose then that's saying we actually can't do this. Is that... Sorry, I don't want to potentially put words in your mouth, but that seems to be what you're implying.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, only if you understand this proposed motion to be the start of a process rather than the finalisation of a process.
Of course. One more question, I will speak. There was a note that there were studies being done from the previous motion. I was wondering, for you, Mr. Mayor, if there was any progress on those studies, or if the conclusion of those studies could be explained to the council tonight.
It would be Director Watson.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not in a position to talk about the report in detail because the notice of motion doesn't deal with the substantive content of that report. The report has been commissioned, has been completed, and does not give rise to supporting the conclusions that other people have made.
Thank you, directors. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for indulging my questions. I'll now speak briefly against this motion. Of course, I would note that with 5 signatories, including yourself, Mr. Mayor. Well, look, there's only one way this motion goes, isn't there?
Oh, no, that's not true. It's just being presumptuous.
Of course. Apologies, and I withdraw that statement.
Supporting a motion doesn't mean that you might vote for it.
Of course. Now, look, at best, this site is a private park for a single individual who lives next to it. At worst, it's an overgrown lot. You've heard it from the staff here tonight. This is not a site of ecological significance. This is not some precious park. This is not some site which is loved and used by the residents. And the idea that it has flora and fauna that is unique to that site is just laughable. As I imagine, probably the only individual here on this council who has a degree in environmental science, the idea that that site in particular is ecologically significant is confusing. The fauna that you are seeing there is most likely from the Echo Point Park, the massive green space right next door. It's not uniquely living in that overgrown lot. That's just a weird, confusing statement. This motion also, as I said, it doesn't even work as it's worded. It has to be considered as the start of a process. It doesn't even work that we can't just randomly just change our mind and change from operational to community. This now has to go through exhibition. It's got to go through a long process. The process is also going to be mainly decided by a future council. We've also heard about huge financial issues in Ku-ring-gai, well, not issues, but financial challenges for Ku-ring-gai Council, requiring $120 million of asset sales. And as Director Watson said, this is a low-hanging fruit. This is as easy as it gets. If we can't sell off, if we can't, get rid of this land, what else can we do? If councillors aren't willing to be bold and make a move here, you will never be able to do anything. This is as easy as it gets. This is an overgrown lot, and you're not willing to give it up. It's crazy. There is no value here. It doesn't make sense to protect this site. It feels to me that people are just doing this because it's, oh, well, look, we're saving a park. It's not a park. This fundamentally doesn't stack up. It is not a site of ecological significance. We've got major issues. The study that we commissioned, which we haven't actually seen tabled yet, I believe, but from the implications of what I just heard, clearly states that this isn't a site worth protecting. So why councillors would do this is confusing. It seems to be bowing down to a few residents who weirdly want this lot protected when it doesn't stack up to be protected. We should be proud of our green space and proud of our green space acquisition, but that doesn't mean that we should protect every single overgrown lot and never do anything in Ku-ring-gai. If we can't do this, nothing's ever going to happen. And so we need to continue on with Bates Park. We've reclassified it to operational land. It needs to be moved on, it needs to be sold, and we need to move on. This is not a site of ecological significance. Echo Point might be, the big park next door, but 97 Babbage is not. So, I don't support this motion. I don't think any councillor should support this motion. It doesn't make sense. It's just bowing down to the whims of a few residents who don't understand the issues that all councillors here are talking about tonight. Don't support this motion, and interesting to see how it goes.
Thank you. Councillor Kay.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Mayor, I've actually now got a question for Councillor Clark. Have you actually been? I did a site inspection and I don't recall an overgrown lot. So if you could clarify that, and I might then clarify that with Director Watson.
Of course, yes, I have been to the site.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Watson. I remember when I went on site that there was a cleared space at the end of the day, which was next to those particular neighbours of the residents. Am I confused in some sorts that that isn't part of what we were talking about?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, large parts of the site are cleared and mown to lawn. There is some trees that would be on the site towards the eastern side of the site, and most of the vegetation that people refer to, without some survey pegs on site, a good deal of that vegetation appears to be in what would still be the road reserve after development occurred, if development occurred. But certainly large parts of the site are mowed to lawn, presumably by the person who owns the lot next door.
So I'd be able to say that the majority of the site is cleared.
I think that's...
that was what I saw when I went there. Also, are you able to, when we talk about maybe a different use for that cleared, would we be able to plant trees or create some sort of tree canopy? Would that be an option for us to be able to utilise that as a council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, because of the limited access, limited parking and limited size, it's not a site that has very limited use or opportunity for a public park. You wouldn't necessarily want to encourage public access. You either leave it as it is, sell it, or do some revegetation on it. But leaving it as lawn to be mowed by the neighbour is probably an unsatisfactory pathway forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nye.
I actually don't remember why I pressed that button. Oh, okay, I do remember now. I would like to amend the motion, the wording, to overcome some of the technical issues that have been raised. So instead of "and the land be reclassified from," it should say "and a process commence to start reclassifying the land from operational land back to community land. Yeah, so I just want to change the motion, that's all.
Sorry, I forgot who seconded this one.
Moved it. Sam wants to change the
Councillor Kelly that moved it. So you happy for the...
Oh yeah, so are you happy to incorporate? Yes, thanks.
And Councillor Kerr seconded.
No, it's Kelly and
All right, thank you. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A few questions first, if I may. Councillor Nye refers to this as a park. Council officers refer to it as 97 Babbage Road, Roseville. Could the staff tell me, is this a park?
Director Watson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't know that it's...
Madam Mayor.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. Several years of habit, unfortunately. I beg forgiveness. Mr Mayor, councillors, the land came into council's ownership as a resumption for road purposes back in the 1920s. It was traditionally and until recently been known as Allard Corner. It's never functioned or been used as a park, no.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. So it's not a park. When you say it's been mowed by the neighbour, I presume that means that council officers don't mow it as part of our maintenance schedule. Is that correct? And if it's not mowed by the neighbour, it's left overgrown?
It will be Director Bonacev, is it?
Through you, Mr Mayor, council staff don't mow that site, nor maintain it.
Okay, so maybe when Councillor Clark visited, it hadn't been mowed by the neighbour. Can I also ask, when is it likely that the report that council has commissioned from the external consultant about the environmental value of the site be available for a council meeting?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that report would have come back to council already had there not been notices of motion on the agenda. It's certainly not the position of staff to interfere with that other play of council business.
Thank you for that explanation. I can understand that entirely. I would, however, like to move an amendment, therefore, because council has a standing resolution that the staff have implemented. We've commissioned and engaged consultants to advise council about the environmental value of this site because there was differing opinions amongst the community and the council staff, and obviously some councillors as well. And obviously some councillors think we can just leave it to unqualified people in the community to assess the environmental value of various sites. I don't think that's good governance either. So the amendment that I would like to move is that council awaits the external consultant's report commissioned by council and considers this matter further in 2022.
Yeah, second, Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith, would you like to speak to it?
I think there's been a fair bit of debate on this tonight. I think in hearing everything with this, it does appear to be that we've got a landowner there that is actually mowing it for himself, for his own use, which I appreciate the fact that he would want to retain that, But at the same time, I think as councillors here, as we're talking about tonight, we're grappling for money, cost to pay for the things which we had a figure there, I think what was 120 million, that we got somewhere 60 million. So yes, we've looked at what the dollar value of this will certainly help pay down some of that, or some of the interest at least. I think, you know, this is a decision as councillors we need to make this evening, and I think we've got to think of Ku-ring-gai, not just an individual resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettit.
Thank you, Madam Mr. Mayor. I mean, you can pick whichever agenda you want at this particular point in time. I'm sure we can have a little bit of a laugh at that.
I'm identified.
Councillor Anderson, a lot of amendments tonight. Wonderful. Let's keep it all going. One of the lines that actually received in the late memo, until the required titling and survey irregularities are corrected and road dedication occurs following plan lodgement and registration, 97 Babbage Road should not be reclassified as community land. Simple. Very, very simple. So, stick with the amendment, read those two lines, answer solved.
I'm sorry, what are you speaking for or against? For the amendment, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Anderson, is your light still on? Or?
Sorry.
It's okay. Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor. I do have a question, because I have produced screenshots from council's system. So to the Director of Strategy. I have produced screenshots from the council system back in the July ordinary meeting of council, pages 577, 578, 579. And in council's own system, we label the land as Bates Park. So it just, when is a park and when is a park not a park, and why is this parcel of land labelled as Bates Park in council's own systems back in June and July at least of this year?
Director Watson, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a park is a park when council names it a park, and this council has never named it a park, and it has never submitted that name to the Geographic Names Board until sometime in, I believe, 2017, 2018, it was recorded in council system as Allard Corner, as it had been for ever since we had a GIS system. It appears that, I don't know whether it's Google Maps or Apple Maps or some sort of maps, anyone can get on and name whatever they want, whatever they want. And it appears that, we'll say some do-gooding member of staff might have picked that up and issued instructions to change the internal GIS system. But it was certainly not by resolution of council, by instruction of any relevant director or anyone who had any authority. We'll call it an unfortunate intervention in naming protocol.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I shall ask, so there's an amendment. Councillor Kelly to sum up, please. Thank you. Bedtime. Councillor Kelly, sum up. I'm sorry.
Were you trying to signal me then to see? Anyway. I'll be very brief if I can, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Brief is good.
Yeah, I move that we don't proceed to divest 97 Babbage Road, call it what you like, and that the process for the land to be reclassified operational back to community land is commenced. Thank you.
Wonderful speech. Thank you. I shall now put the amendment from Councillor Anderson to a vote. All those in favour, Councillor Greenfield, Anderson, Smith, Chateau, Clark, Pettit. Against, Councillor Nye, Kay, Kelly, Spencer, carried. And the amendment becomes the motion with the vote one more time. All those in favour, same. Councillor Greenfield, Anderson, Smith, Chateau, Clark, Pettit. Against Councillor Nye, Kay, Kelly, Spencer, and that's carried. Thank you. So just one last item would be the question with notice from Councillor Anderson. It is noted. And that is the... I'm sorry? Were there any business without notice? Yes, Councillor Nye.
A silly question. Can we have a group photo? Am I allowed to ask that? I'd like to have a group photo.
So, so the meeting is closed. Thank you.